Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The Candidate. The black sedan hadn't fully stopped before the door vanished. A hand clamped onto Harrison Pope's shoulder with the force of a hydraulic press. He was hauled onto the sidewalk, the biting city rain hitting his neck for a split second before he was slammed through a heavy, unadorned door. "From here, you are accountable," the escort said. The voice was a flat line, no inflection, no warning. A thick, synthetic blindfold dropped over Pope's eyes. It was weighted, lined with something that blocked every photon and muffled the world into a dull, underwater throb. "Move," the voice commanded from the dark. Pope felt the floor tilt. It wasn't a ramp. It was a massive slab of stone shifting on heavy machinery. He reached out to steady himself against a wall. A telescopic baton slammed into his ribs. The air left his lungs in a jagged wheeze. He doubled over, gasping, but the shove from behind was relentless. "Hands down," the voice barked. "Eyes ahead." He couldn't see the eyes. He couldn't see the drop. He moved. The air pressure plummeted. His ears popped with a wet, painful click. The temperature crashed 30 degrees in 3 strides. Frost bloomed on his eyelashes. He tripped over a raised seam in the floor. He went down hard on his knees. The stone wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low-frequency hum rattled his molars and vibrated in his marrow. "Kneel," the voice said. "I'm all ready." A heavy boot caught him in the kidneys. Pope sprawled forward, his forehead cracking against a surface of cold industrial steel. "Silence is refusal," the voice said. "Stand." Pope scrambled up, his hands slick with sweat despite the cold. His breath came in ragged, shallow pools. He felt the walls contracting, the sound of his own pulse hammering against the blindfold like a trapped engine. He was guided into a narrow corridor. The air grew thick and humid, heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Start with the shame, the childhood rot, the things you didn't tell the selection board." "I don't understand," Pope said. The floor beneath him slid sideways with a mechanical shriek. He slammed into the wall. A jagged piece of masonry tore through his expensive wool sleeve, biting into his forearm. "Wrong answer," the voice whispered. The countdown began. A rhythmic, metallic clicking echoed from the ceiling. Click, click, click. 7 years old, Pope shouted. The clicking was a timer. He knew the sound of a closing window. "The fire in the basement. I didn't call the department. I watched the smoke from the tree line. I wanted to see if the structure would hold or if the heat would win." The clicking slowed, but didn't stop. "Continue," the voice said. He spoke. He vomited secrets he had buried under 20 years of careful grooming. Private ambitions that bordered on the pathological. The desire for a power that didn't require a consensus. The bone-deep fear of being part of the noise. The floor dropped 6 inches without warning. His knees buckled, but he kept the words flowing. "I want the seat," Pope gasped. "I want the leverage. I want to be the one who determines the outcome before the vote is cast." The temperature spiked. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes beneath the blindfold. The air smelled of burning electronics and high-voltage discharge. "The oath," the voice said. It wasn't a request. It was a command issued to a subordinate system. The hum in the floor intensified. It reached a pitch that made Pope's vision swim in the darkness. "Loyalty without reciprocity," the voice recited. "Silence over action. Precedence over morality." Pope felt a cold, sharp edge touch the hollow of his throat. It wasn't the threat of a quick death. It was a clinical measurement of his carotid pulse. The penalty for violation is the extraction of utility, the voice said. Section by section, memory by memory. You will be archived while you still breathe. Pope's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't an initiation. This was a tactical acquisition of a human asset. He hesitated. He looked for a way out, his mind racing through the dark, trying to calculate the geometry of the room. He shifted his weight, trying to find the centre of the vibrating floor. His foot slid into a recessed groove. A jet of high-pressure steam hissed from a vent, scalding his ankle. He screamed, the sound swallowed by the thick, pressurized air. "Do not look for the exit," the voice warned. "There is only the oath." Pope's tactical mistake was assuming he was a participant. He was a component being stress-tested. "I swear," he choked out. The words felt like lead shot in his mouth. The hum stopped instantly. The heat vanished. "You're now protected," the voice said. The blindfold was ripped away. Blinding white light scorched his retinas. Pope threw his hands up, shielding his eyes, his breath hitching in his chest. The room was a sterile white octagon. No escort. No voice. No blades. Just the stone floor, his own blood on his sleeve, and the sound of measured, restrained applause coming from a speaker hidden in the ceiling. The light didn't fade. It stayed sharp, clinical, and absolute. Pope stood in the centre of the light, his body shaking with residual adrenaline. He was alive. He was protected. He had never felt less safe. He looked down at his hands. They were steady now, but the shadow he cast on the white floor was long, jagged, and disconnected from the man he had been 10 minutes ago. The door at the far end of the octagon slid open with a hiss of pneumatics. There was no one on the other side, just a dark hallway leading back to the world. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the stone. The ceremony was over. The crisis had just begun. The next 25 years moved with the velocity of a railgun slug. Pope didn't walk into his future. He was propelled. Law school. Year 3. The competition was a shark tank of ivy, league pedigree and bottomless trust funds. Pope held the third-rank position. Marcus Thorne, the valedictorian-elect, held the keys to the Supreme Court clerkship Pope needed. Thorne was faster, sharper, and possessed a memory like a digital archive. 3 nights before the final selection, Thorne's car left the road on a dry, clear night. No skid marks, no mechanical failure, just a sudden high-speed correction into a concrete bridge abutment. Thorne survived, but the cognitive damage was total. Pope took the clerkship. He told himself it was tragedy meeting preparation. He ignored the way the hiring justice looked at him, not with admiration, but with the weary recognition of a man seeing a predictable gear turn in a machine. The federal clerkship, Year 5. Pope worked 18-hour shifts in a bunker-like office beneath the DC Circuit Court. The air was recycled and tasted of scorched dust. A senior partner at a rival firm threatened to derail a landmark deregulation case Pope was drafting. The man had a file, rumours of Pope's unorthodox initiation years prior. Pope spent 48 hours in a tactical panic, drafting rebuttals, scrubbing digital footprints, waiting for the leak to hit the wires. The partner didn't leak. He resigned. A sudden, quiet departure following a random audit that turned up irregularities in a trust fund he hadn't touched in a decade. The file vanished. Pope sat in his office, the silence of the room heavier than any threat. He waited for a phone call, an instruction, a demand for payment. The phone remained dead. He was being cleared, not led. The path was being levelled by a force that operated with the cold efficiency of a demolition crew. The Senate. Year 15. The committee room was a theatre of tactical friction. Pope sat behind the mahogany dais, his hands flat on the wood. Across from him, A whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency prepared to testify. The man had a thumb drive that could incinerate Pope's legislative record. The witness will state his name for the record, Pope said. The witness opened his mouth. His eyes went wide. He clutched his chest, his breath hitching in a jagged rhythmic wheeze. He collapsed across the microphone, the feedback screeching through the room like a dying bird. The room erupted. Security swarmed. Medics moved with practiced high-speed urgency. The thumb drive was never found. The hearing was adjourned indefinitely. Pope didn't go to the hospital. He went to the Senate gym. He ran until his lungs burned and his vision blurred. He ran to outpace the realization that he wasn't winning. He was being curated. National prominence. Year 20. The rise accelerated. He was the clean candidate, the man without a scandal, the man whose opposition seemed to dissolve into irrelevance or misfortune before they could land a punch. He moved through fundraisers like a ghost through a graveyard. At a gala in Zurich, a man in a tuxedo leaned in close. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't state a name. "The architecture holds," the man whispered. The phrase was a cadence he hadn't heard in 2 decades. Pope pivoted, his pulse spiking, reaching for the man's arm to demand an explanation. The man was gone. He had vanished into the crowd of spinning bodies and loud, safe music. The vice presidency, the present. The wind whipped across the National Mall, carrying the scent of frozen rain and spent jet fuel from the flyover. Pope stood on the inaugural platform. The crowd was a sea of grey and black stretching toward the horizon. The Chief Justice held the Bible. "Repeat after me," the Justice said. Pope looked at the cameras. Millions were watching. He saw the President-elect to his left, a man of process and earnest belief. He saw the Secret Service detail, their eyes scanning the rooftops for the high-velocity threats they were trained to stop. They were looking for bullets. They weren't looking for the architecture. Pope raised his right hand. "I, Harrison Pope, do solemnly swear." His voice was steady. It didn't shake. It carried the weight of public legitimacy. Inside his mind, the memory of the cold stone floor and the vibrating hum of the octagon flickered like a strobe light. The public oath was a performance, a layer of paint over a structural steel beam. "That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter." The applause broke over him like a wave. It was loud, celebratory and hollow. He didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a component that had finally been slotted into its primary housing. The President gripped his hand. "We've got a lot of work to do, Harrison." Pope nodded. "Whatever the country needs, Mr. President." He scanned the front row of the VIP section. A man in his late 70s sat perfectly still. He didn't clap. He didn't smile. He wore a lapel pin Pope didn't recognize, a small silver gear with a broken tooth. The man caught Pope's eye for a fraction of a second. He gave a single, slow nod. The ascent was over. The maintenance was beginning. The lights in the West Wing flickered once, twice, and then died. The hum of the HVAC system cut out, replaced by the rising scream of sirens from Pennsylvania Avenue. In the sudden silence, the emergency red lighting kicked in, bathing Pope's office in the colour of an open wound. "Sir, the East Coast grid is cascading," a staffer shouted, bursting through the door. "Report," Pope barked. "Substations in Philadelphia and Newark are slagged. Coordinated cyber strikes. The President is in the PEOC. He's refusing to authorize the kinetic response." The building shook. A dull, rhythmic thudding vibrated through the floor, the sound of civil unrest breaching the outer perimeter. Pope turned to his desk. A black leather folder sat where his daily brief should be. It had no seal, no classification marking. He opened it. The document inside outlined the contingency for structural continuity. It called for the immediate suspension of habeas corpus, the centralisation of the financial grid under executive observers, and the deployment of active duty units to urban centres. It was a blueprint for a quiet coup. The door clicked shut. Pope looked up. The staffer was gone. Standing by the window was the man from the inauguration, the elderly man. "The president hesitates," the man said. His voice was a calm anchor in the storm. "He views the law as a shield. He does not understand it is a luxury of the stable." "How did you get past Secret Service?" Pope reached for the panic button under his mahogany desk. "The architecture is not guarded from itself, Harrison." A massive explosion rocked the room. The reinforced glass of the window didn't shatter, but it spiderwebbed, the cracks glowing red from the fires rising in the park. The countdown had reached 0. The city was failing. "You remember the vibration of the stone," the man said. He didn't flinch as the floor buckled. "The cold air, the weight of the blindfold." He began to recite: "Loyalty without reciprocity, silence over action, precedence over morality." The words hit Pope with the force of a physical blow. The sirens outside seemed to sync with the rhythm of the oath. "The Constitution governs the public," the man said, stepping into the red light. "We govern continuity. The president will not sign. You will." "I don't have the authority." "Authority is a consensus. We have withdrawn it from him." A secondary explosion, closer this time, tore through the communications array on the roof. The digital clock on the wall shorted out, the numbers spinning into meaningless symbols. Pope looked at the folder, then at the man. He realised with a sickening clarity that the transition wasn't coming. It was already happening. The president's hesitation wasn't a delay, it was his replacement. "One signature," the man whispered, "or the cascade continues until there is nothing left to govern." Pope reached for his pen. His hand felt like it belonged to someone else. He looked at the window, where the silhouette of the Washington Monument was framed by the black smoke of a burning city. The system was failing by design. To save it, he had to bury it. He signed. The man took the folder. He didn't thank him. "The path is cleared," the man said, and stepped back into the shadows of the doorway. The lights didn't come back on. The sirens didn't stop. Pope sat in the dark, the scent of ozone and burning rubber filling his lungs. He had just saved the country. He had also just killed the Republic. The aftermath was not a celebration. It was a dissection. Pope sat in a room that smelled of scorched copper and ozone. The emergency lights had been replaced by flickering fluorescence that hummed with a dying frequency. Outside, the smoke from the stabilisation efforts hung over DC like a shroud. The contingency for structural continuity was active. Military checkpoints choked the intersections. The financial grid was frozen for verification. To the public, Pope was the hero who held the line when the president froze. To the machine, he was a heat sink, absorbing the friction of a collapsing democracy. Pope began to dig. He used his private security clearance to track the origin of the blackout. The logs, wiped. The signatures, spoofed through 3 layers of offshore shells. The command chain, dead ends. Every time he neared a source, the system shifted. It wasn't a defence, it was an edit. "Sir, the Chief of Staff's schedule for the night of the blackout. It's been redacted," his lead analyst whispered. "Not by us, by the server itself. It's self-correcting." "Who has root access?" Pope asked. "No one on the payroll, sir." The analyst was gone by morning, reassigned to a desk in Anchorage. No appeal, no explanation. Pope was being isolated. The walls of the West Wing felt like they were closing in, the air growing, thin as his allies were plucked away like loose threads. Pope's tactical error was believing his signature bought him leverage. It had only bought him responsibility. He met the president in the residence. The man looked ancient, his eyes glassy. his hands trembling as he stared at the television showing order restoration units clearing a park in Chicago. "I didn't authorize the kinetic deployment, Harrison," the president whispered. "The situation demanded it, sir. The grid didn't fail. It was disconnected." The president looked at Pope, not with anger, but with pity. "You think you're the architect. You're just the ink." Pope left the room. His pulse was a serrated edge in his throat. He realized the trap. The order didn't need him to lead. They needed him to sign so they could blame the pen when the paper caught fire. He retreated to his private study. He didn't call for a briefing. He didn't trust the phones. He pulled the physical copy of the contingency plan. He began to write. He wasn't drafting a memo. He was building a kill switch. The language, legalistic and dense. The strategy, embed oversight mechanisms disguised as procedural updates. The payload, expiration clauses that would trigger a return to constitutional law if the emergency lasted more than 90 days. He worked with the frantic precision of a man defusing a bomb in the dark. Every sentence was a tactical gamble. If the order saw the friction, they would erase the component. He heard a floorboard creak. He didn't look up. He kept writing. "The ink is still wet," the elderly man said from the corner of the room. He hadn't used the door. "The plan needs refinement," Pope said, his voice flat, "to ensure long-term stability. Stability is a byproduct of silence, Harrison, not procedure." "Then why do you need my name on the document?" The man stepped into the light. He looked at the paper. He saw the oversight clauses. He smiled, a cold mechanical stretching of skin. "We don't need your name to be right. We need it to be final." The man turned to leave. "Do not mistake your survival for importance," the man said. "You're being archived. Try not to make the process difficult." Pope was alone. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The room was cold again, the vibration in the floor returning, a phantom echo of the stone octagon. He realized the cost of the oath. It wasn't his life, it was his agency. He finished the draft. He tucked the kill switch version into the official binder. He didn't know if it would work. He only knew that the entropy had reached his bones. The system was failing, and he was the one holding the structural beam as it buckled. The pen didn't just mark the paper, it punctured it. Pope shoved the leather binder across the desk. The elderly man caught it with a single skeletal hand. Outside, the flash of a thermobaric charge lit the room white. The shockwave rattled the teeth of everyone in the room. "It's done," Pope said. The elderly man didn't look at the text. He didn't check for the kill switch clauses. He tucked the binder under his arm as the door hissed open. 3 men in tactical gear, unmarked matte black plating, faces obscured by polarized visors, stepped into the room. They didn't point weapons. They stood like pillars. "The transition is locked," the man said. The city groaned. Below the west wing, the massive cooling fans of the server banks began to scream. Pope's embedded code was already hitting the architecture. The financial freeze didn't thaw, it fragmented. Data streams intended for centralized control began to loop. Authority signals hit the oversight firewalls Pope had hidden in the procedural fine print. "There's a lag," one of the tactical units said. His voice was a digitized rasp. "The grid isn't responding to the central overrides." The elderly man turned. His eyes narrowed. He looked at Pope, then at the binder. "Friction," the man whispered. "Procedure," Pope corrected. The room shook again. A structural support in the basement failed under the strain of the system cascade. Smoke began to curl from the floor vents, acrid, grey and tasting of melted silicon. "You didn't break the oath," the man said. He stepped toward Pope, the tactical units tensing. "You just made the machine grind." "The machine works for the public," Pope said, "not the continuity." The elderly man paused. He didn't strike. He didn't order the units to fire. The order didn't do revenge, they did efficiency. "You've reached your expiration," the man said. He turned and walked out. The tactical units followed, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism. The door locked with a heavy magnetic thud. Pope was left in the dark. The screens on his desk flickered with errors. The city outside was quiet now, not because the peace was won, but because the control was broken. The archive, years later. Pope walked. He moved through the urban centre, his gait slowed by age and the residual ache in his kidneys from a 25-year-old boot. He wasn't followed. He wasn't watched. The crisis had stabilised. The system functioned, but it was slow, burdened by the oversight checks he had buried in the ink. He stopped in front of the stone building. It was still unmarked. No signage, no flags. The rain hit the pavement with a rhythmic, hollow sound. A black sedan idled at the curb. A young man, barely 22, stood by the heavy door. He looked terrified. He looked like an asset. The door opened. The young man was hauled inside. The door vanished. Pope didn't try to stop it. He didn't shout. He didn't call the police. He stood in the rain and felt the low-frequency vibration of the ground beneath his boots. The octagon was still there. The blindfolds were still weighted. He understood the design now. The Order didn't need him to believe. They didn't need his soul or his loyalty. They didn't care about the clauses he had hidden or the friction he had caused. They only needed him to be quiet when the lights went out. He turned away from the building. He walked into the crowd, becoming another grey shadow in a city of ghosts. The oath had never demanded loyalty, only silence at the moment it mattered most. The Fractured Continuum. Captain Mason Reed squinted through the helicopter's reinforced windscreen at the Nevada sunset. The sky was wrong again. Threads of violet light wove through the clouds like cracks in painted glass, a phenomenon the brass had dubbed atmospheric anomalies. That was military speak for, we don't know what the hell it is, but don't ask questions. Reed had stopped asking questions years ago. Questions got you reassigned to desk duty, or worse, volunteered for the Experimental Weapons Division's latest project. Temporal distortions at 0.38 and rising, sir. Lieutenant Emma Cross's voice crackled through his headset. She tapped the quantum variance detector mounted beside the traditional avionics. The device was another unexplained addition to their Black Hawk, retrofitted last month alongside hardened circuitry and crystalline sensor arrays that Command refused to elaborate on. Copy that, Lieutenant. Keep us steady at Angels 20. Reed banked the helicopter in a wide arc around Sector 7's perimeter. The classified testing range sprawled below them, a maze of concrete bunkers and geometric patterns carved into the desert floor. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, it was the heart of America's dimensional research program, whatever that meant. Through the side window, Reed caught a glimpse of the massive dish arrays that dominated the facility's eastern edge. They weren't radio telescopes, despite what the cover story claimed. He'd seen them move in ways that defied physics, tracking invisible targets across the sky, while emitting that same violet light that now painted the horizon. You ever wonder what they're looking for out there, Captain? Emma's question carried an edge of curiosity that made Reed uncomfortable. She was too new, too eager to understand the mysteries they guarded. He'd been like that once, before Kandahar. Before he'd learned that some doors were better left, closed. Above our pay grade, Cross, he kept his voice neutral, professional. Focus on the quantum variance detector screamed. Numbers flashed across its display in impossible sequences as every warning light in the cockpit blazed to life. Through the windscreen, reality rippled like heat waves off summer asphalt. Multiple contacts! Emma's fingers flew across her console. Sir, they're not showing up on traditional radar, but the crystalline array is... She stopped mid-sentence, her face bathed in sudden brilliant light. Reed looked up. The violet sky had torn open like tissue paper, and through the rent poured a luminescence that defied description. It coalesced into a perfect sphere, an orb of shifting colours that hung impossibly in the air before them. As Reed yanked the stick hard left, he already knew it was too late. The orb moved with liquid grace, matching their trajectory. Mayday, Mayday, this is Shadow 6. He punched the emergency beacon even as the helicopter's electronics began to fail. We are experiencing... What? What could he possibly report? We are experiencing unknown phenomena at coordinates. The orb expanded, enveloping them in light that seemed to sing. Reed's last thought before consciousness fled was that he should have asked more questions, should have wondered why the sky had started fracturing months ago, should have... The Black Hawk vanished, leaving only a fading ripple in the violet-threaded sky. Below, in Sector 7's control room, General Victor Hale watched the incident replay on hardened monitors. He lifted a secure phone and spoke 5 words. The Lumini have taken them. Time crystallized around them. Reed blinked awake to find his helicopter suspended in a space that rejected every law of physics he knew. The Black Hawk hung motionless, caught in a lattice of light that stretched in impossible directions. Through the windscreen, geometric formations rose like cities made of frozen light, their facets refracting colours that had no names in any human language. Status report, he managed, his voice sounding strange in the altered air. The words left his mouth in slow motion, yet seemed to reach his ears too quickly. All systems dark, sir. Emma's voice trembled slightly, but her training held. No power, no electronics, except the quantum variance detector. It's... well, you should see this. The detector's display pulsed with readings that made Reed's head hurt. Numbers scrolled past faster than human eyes could track, occasionally freezing mid-digit before shattering into fragments of light that danced across the screen. Cooper, Martinez, Reed called to his crew in the back. Here, sir. Cooper, his gunner, sounded shaken. Martinez is unconscious but breathing. Sir, you need to see outside. The crystals, they're moving. Reed turned to look through the side window and felt reality tilt. The crystalline structures weren't just moving, they were growing, shifting, breathing. Patterns of light flowed through them like blood through veins, and as he watched, a formation nearby began to unfold like a flower made of aurora borealis. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bypassing their ears to materialize directly in their minds. Reed's hand instinctively went to his sidearm, but the holster was empty. No, the gun was there, but it had transformed into a sculpture of light, as useless as a glass paperweight. A figure emerged from the crystalline formation, its translucent skin glowing with internal light that pulsed in time with its words. It was humanoid, but unmistakably alien, its features too perfect, too symmetrical to have evolved on Earth. Behind it, more figures emerged, their bodies rippling with colours that seemed to correspond to emotions Reed could almost, but not quite, understand. Captain Mason Reed, the first being said, though its mouth never moved. I am Araxis, and we are the Luminae. We apologise for the abrupt nature of your extraction, but time grows short. In your terms, we are approaching a temporal confluence that will determine the fate of multiple realities. What do you want from us? Reed's voice was steady, but his mind raced. The crystalline prison, the transformed weapons, the casual display of impossible technology, everything screamed trap. Want? A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the being's luminescent skin. We want to show you truth, Captain. Your government's weapons experiments have created fractures in dimensional stability. These fractures are being exploited by entities you know as the Draco. Even now, they prepare to... "Sir!" Emma's sharp cry cut through the telepathic conversation. She pointed to the quantum variance detector, which had stopped its chaotic display. A single message scrolled across its screen in English. "They lie. Trust nothing." The words flickered and vanished, replaced by new readings. But Reed had seen them, and from the subtle shift in the luminized glow they had too. "Interesting," the new voice chimed in. This one felt different, less polished, more genuine. A smaller figure emerged from behind Araxis, its light patterns more chaotic, less controlled. "You see, Captain, even your primitive technology senses the complexities at play. I am nearer, and unlike my colleagues, I believe you deserve more than carefully curated truth." "Nearer." Araxis's tone carried warning, but the smaller being continued. "Your world stands at a crossroads, Captain Reed. Yes, the Draco pose a threat, but ask yourself, why did we choose your helicopter? Why now? The answers lie in Sector 7, in experiments your general hail." "Enough!" Araxis's interruption came with a pulse of energy that sent ripples through the crystalline environment. "They are not ready for..." A deep tremor cut through the space, setting the crystal structures vibrating at a frequency that made Reed's teeth ache. The luminized lights flickered in what looked distinctly like alarm. "Timeline collapse approaching," one of them announced. "The Draco have begun their assault on Sector 7. The weapons..." "Show them," Nero insisted. "Show them everything." The crystal structures around them flared to life, becoming screens that displayed images Reed struggled to comprehend. He saw Sector 7's dish arrays firing beams of violet light into tears in the sky. He saw reptilian figures moving through shadows in Pentagon corridors. He saw General Hale shaking hands with something that wore human skin like an ill-fitting suit. "Your weapons," Nero explained quickly, "are not meant to defend Earth. They are designed to shatter dimensional barriers, to allow the Draco full access to your reality. Your own leaders have betrayed." The images shattered. Through the fragmenting views, Reed caught glimpses of Sector 7 erupting in violet fire, of reality itself tearing apart at the seams. The crystalline world around them groaned like breaking glass. "We don't have time for gradual revelation," Nera announced, moving closer to the helicopter. Her light patterns had shifted to something urgent, almost desperate. "Captain Reed, you and your crew were chosen because you were already dead." "What?" Emma's whisper carried horror. "The temporal shockwave from the Sector 7 collapse reached your helicopter moments after we extracted you. In your original timeline, you died. We pulled you out because you're now untethered from causality. You can move freely through dimensions, help us prevent this catastrophe before it begins. But you must choose quickly, and you must choose freely." Reed looked at his crew. Emma's pale face, Cooper's clenched jaw, Martinez stirring groggily in the back. Then he looked out at the fracturing crystal dimension, at the images of Earth's reality splitting apart, at the desperation in Nera's luminescent form. "Choose what?" asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "Whether to trust us," Nera said simply. "Whether to learn the full truth about your world, your leaders, and the war that's been hiding in plain sight. The Draco believe humanity will choose slavery over extinction. The other Luminae believe you must be manipulated into making the right choice. I believe you deserve to choose with open eyes." The crystal world shuddered again. Through the fragmenting walls, Reed caught glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. In one, Earth burned. In another, humanity served as vessels for Draco consciousness. In a third, the planet was whole but empty, sterilized by dimensional weapons. "Time fractures," Araxis warned. "Choose now, Captain Reed. Trust our guidance or trust your own judgment, but know that this choice will ripple across all possible Earths." Reed looked at the quantum variance detector, its screen now blank. He thought about all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the anomalies he'd learned to ignore. He thought about General Hale's secret meetings, the violet sky, the weight of willful ignorance. He met Neera's gaze. "Show me everything," he said. "No filters, no manipulation, just truth." Her answering smile was like a supernova. The dimensional barriers were failing. Reed stood in what remained of Sector 7's control room, but reality had begun to split like light through a prism. Through one facet he watched himself die in the helicopter crash that should have been his fate. Through another, he saw Earth consumed by Draco vessels that looked like tears in space itself. Through a third, humanity marched in endless columns, their eyes glazed with reptilian gold, their bodies mere vessels for their conquerors. "The convergence point approaches," Neera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Her luminescent form flickered between dimensions, holding the fragmenting timelines together through sheer will. "The weapon must be destroyed now, or every possible Earth falls." The quantum dimensional array loomed before them, its massive dish no longer pointing at the sky but turned inward, focused on a singular point in space-time. General Hale's final gift to his Draco masters, a device capable of shattering the walls between realities. The violet light that had haunted Reed's sky for months now poured from its focal point like a wound in the universe. "Sir," Emma's voice shook as she monitored the quantum variance detector, its display spinning through impossible numbers. "Timeline collapse in 3 minutes. Whatever we're going to do, we can't just destroy it," Cooper argued from his position by the emergency controls. "Sir, if what they showed us is true, this facility is the linchpin of every timeline. Destroying it here doesn't just affect our Earth. It rewrites every possible version of history." Reed's hand tightened on the crystalline key the Luminae had given him. It pulsed against his palm, alive with the same energy that had first pulled them from their doomed helicopter. One twist in the array's control matrix would overload the system, collapsing this nexus point and every timeline connected to it. "Captain Reed." General Hale's voice drew his attention to where the man stood surrounded by a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on Reed's team. But the general was changing, his human facade cracking to reveal scaled skin beneath. "Think carefully about what you're doing. The Draco offer humanity a place in their empire, structure, purpose. The Luminae, they offer only chaos, free will without direction. How many humans have you seen handle freedom responsibly?" "He speaks truth of a kind," Araxis's telepathic voice joined the chorus. The senior Luminae's form manifested partially, geometric patterns of light outlining an almost human shape. "Humanity's development must be guided, but not enslaved. Let us show you a better path. Give us the key. We will ensure Earth's transition is..." "No more manipulation," Neera cut in. Her light patterns surged with emotion as she fully materialized beside Reed. "No more games. Show him, Araxis. Show him what you've hidden even from me." Reality shuddered. The quantum variance detector screamed as new timelines crystallized in the fragmenting air. Reed saw Earth's past unfold like pages in a book. The Luminae and Draco, ancient enemies, seeding competing influences in human development. Civilizations risen and fallen as test cases in their eternal war. Humanity shaped and reshaped like clay, never truly free to choose its own path. 1 minute to collapse, Emma reported. Her voice seemed to come from multiple directions as timeline fragments multiplied around them. "Sir, the focal point is reaching critical." The air split open. Through the tear, Reed saw General Hale's true form emerge, a Draco Lord, magnificent and terrible. Behind him, more tears opened, disgorging reptilian shapes that moved like liquid shadow. The soldiers' weapons transformed, becoming crystalline devices that hummed with violet light. Enough discussion. the thing that had been Hale declared. The key, now, or watch your species burn. Reed looked at the crystalline key in his hand, then at his crew. Emma, Cooper, Martinez, all watching him with trust despite the madness unfolding around them. He looked at Neera, who had shown him truth without agenda, and at Araxis, who believed humanity needed to be led. He looked at the Draco Lord wearing his general's face, offering humanity a cage gilded with purpose. The quantum variance detector sparked and died, its last reading burning into Reed's mind. Every timeline converging on this single point, this one choice. He thought of all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the times he'd chosen comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, all the moments he'd let others decide humanity's path because deciding for themselves seemed too frightening, too heavy a burden. Maybe humanity isn't ready for the truth, Reed said quietly. Maybe we'll make mistakes, choose wrong, hurt ourselves. He straightened, meeting the Draco Lord's gaze. But they'll be our choices, our mistakes, our future. Timeline collapse in 10 seconds, Emma whispered. Reed moved. Not toward the array's control matrix, but toward its focal point. The crystalline key flared in his hand, responding to his decision. Captain. Multiple voices. Human, Lumini, Draco, cried out in alarm. Some choices, Reed said, need to be unmade. He thrust the key directly into the focal point of the dimensional array. Light exploded outward as reality itself began to unravel. The last thing he heard was Neera's voice, tinged with something that might have been pride. And so, humanity chooses. The quantum dimensional array imploded, time fractured, and in that shattering moment, every possible Earth was wiped clean, every manipulation undone, every path reset to zero. A new timeline began, one written not by Lumini or Draco, but by humanity itself. In the end, that was the only choice that mattered. Consciousness returned like scattered light finding focus through a prism. Reed opened his eyes to a world between worlds. The crystalline dimension had changed, its geometric certainties replaced by fluid, organic shapes that flowed like liquid light. He floated in this luminescent limbo, aware that his body wasn't quite physical anymore. Next to him, Emma, Cooper, and Martinez existed as patterns of light and memory, their essences preserved in the space between collapsed timelines. The reset was successful. Neera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, but it had changed too. Gone was the subtle manipulation that even she had carried. In its place was something rawer, more honest. Her form coalesced nearby, no longer trying to maintain humanoid shape, but existing as pure luminescence. Every timeline, every manipulation, every careful plan of both Lumini and Draco, all of it undone. Did we? Reed's thoughts felt strange, translating directly into light patterns that rippled through the space around him. Did we die? In a manner of speaking. Another presence joined them, Araxis, but humbled, his former geometric perfection replaced by something more natural. When you destroyed the focal point, you shattered every existing timeline. But your choice, your willingness to sacrifice everything to free humanity, it created something new, something neither we nor the Draco expected. The space around them shifted, and Reed saw Earth, not one Earth, but infinite possibilities being born, each one free of alien manipulation, each one truly belonging to humanity for the first time in its history. Your world is rewriting itself, Neera explained. Human choices, human consequences, no more shadowy guidance, no more careful cultivation, just freedom. What about us? Emma's voice carried concern for their team, even now. What happens to people who are caught in the collapse? The space rippled with what felt like Neera's amusement. You exist in potential now, neither alive nor dead in the traditional sense. You've become something new, witnesses to humanity's first truly free steps. Images flowed around them, the new Earth where the violet sky had never fractured, where Sector 7 had never been built, where humanity looked to the stars with wonder untainted by hidden manipulation. But there were darker images too, mistakes, conflicts, choices that would lead to hardship. They'll make errors, Araxis observed, without guidance. They'll learn, Reed interrupted. Even as patterns of light, his conviction burned bright. That's what you never understood. Humanity needs to make its own mistakes, face its own consequences. That's how we grow. Some of the Draco survived, Cooper noted, his essence picking up traces of their ancient enemies, trying to regroup in the spaces between dimensions. They'll try again. Perhaps. Neera's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. But Earth is different now. Protected. Protected by what? Martinez asked. By you, Araxis admitted. By what you've become. The choice you made. It didn't just reset timelines. It created guardians, watchers in the spaces between moments. Not to manipulate, but to preserve humanity's right to choose. Reed felt it then, a new purpose flowing through his transformed consciousness. He and his crew had become something beyond physical form, beyond single timeline and reality. They would watch, but not interfere. Guard, but not guide. The quantum variance detector, Emma's essence, brightened with sudden understanding. The warnings it showed us, that was us, wasn't it? Will be us? Time doesn't work the same way here, does it? No, Neera agreed. Here, all moments exist simultaneously. You'll learn to navigate them, to observe without directing, to protect humanity's freedom to chart its own course. Through the flowing light around them, Reed watched new histories taking shape. He saw humanity stumbling, learning, reaching for the stars on their own terms. Some paths led to triumph, others to tragedy, but all of them were genuinely human. What about the Lumini? He asked. Your own people? Neera's essence rippled with something like pride. Your choice changed us too, showed us that sometimes the greatest guidance is knowing when to step aside. We'll learn from humanity now, instead of trying to shape it. The space around them continued to shift, showing glimpses of Earth's new potential futures. Reed felt his consciousness expanding, adapting to this new form of existence. His crew moved closer, their essences harmonizing with his as they accepted their transformation from soldiers to witnesses. So we watch, Emma said softly. We protect, but we never interfere. We preserve their right to choose, Reed agreed, even if those choices are difficult to witness. Around them, infinity bloomed with possibility. Earth's new timeline was taking shape, free from ancient manipulations, genuine in its triumphs and failures, and in the spaces between moments, between choices, between realities themselves, 4 guardians made of light and memory prepared to begin their eternal vigil. The reset was complete. The true history of humanity was about to begin. History remembers nothing of the dimensional war. On a cool autumn morning in 2075, Dr. Sarah Chen stands before the United Nations, presenting humanity's first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal is elegant in its simplicity, prime numbers pulsing from a star system 40 light-years distant. No hidden manipulation, no secret agendas, just one species reaching out to another across the cosmic void. In the spaces between moments, Reed watches, his consciousness, now woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself, perceives every timeline that might have been, every path not taken. He sees the shadow of what was undone, the Draco's golden-eyed slaves, the Lumini's careful manipulations, humanity dancing on strings they couldn't perceive. but that's not what catches his attention today. Beautiful, isn't it? Nira's essence mingles with his own, both of them far beyond their original forms. They found their own way here. Together they observe the ripples of this moment spreading through probability space. In some timelines, humanity responds with fear, closing itself off from the stars. In others, they reach back with messages of peace and curiosity. In still others, they begin building ships to bridge the gap themselves. Every choice genuine, every consequence earned. The Draco are moving again. Emma's consciousness joins them, still carrying echoes of her human concern. Gathering in the dark spaces between galaxies. Let them. Cooper's essence pulses with certainty. Earth isn't the same world they tried to enslave. Humanity isn't the same species they thought they could control. Reed focuses his awareness on the quantum variance detector that Dr. Chen's team used to find the signal. The device is elegantly simple, nothing like the corrupted technology that once tore holes in reality at Sector 7. Humanity developed it through their own ingenuity, their own understanding of the universe's deeper nature. They're about to make first contact, Martinez observes as they watch timelines crystallize around this nexus point. Real first contact on their own terms. The space between moments shimmers with possibility. Reed perceives Araxis and other Lumini observers hovering in their own dimensional pocket, watching with what feels like pride tinged with regret. They've learned to be witnesses rather than shapers, students rather than teachers. Some of them remember in dreams, Nira notes, her essence rippling through probability waves. Artists paint, crystalline cities they've never seen. Children look up at the stars and feel an echo of ancient choices unmade. But the knowledge doesn't guide them, Reed responds. It inspires them. They watch Dr. Chen activate the quantum variance detector, preparing to broadcast humanity's first official response to the stars. In the device's complex mathematics, Reed recognizes equations that mirror their own transformed state. Humanity unconsciously reaching toward universal truths without alien interference. The detector hums to life. In the gathered crowd, Reed perceives infinite possible futures branching outward. He sees a young girl who will one day develop faster than light travel. He sees a boy whose art will capture humanity's first steps into interstellar society. He sees 1,000 choices, each one freely made. They're nervous, Emma observes, her essence harmonizing with the quantum fluctuations of human emotion filling the chamber. Excited, afraid, everything. They should be at a moment like this. Everything they need to be, Reed corrects. True feelings, not programmed responses. Real hope, not manufactured optimism. The quantum variance detector pulses, sending humanity's message to the stars, not in the violet light that once fractured reality, but in clean, clear signals that ripple through space-time like stones dropped in a cosmic pond. The message is simple. We are here. We are ready. We choose to answer. In the spaces between moments, Reed and his crew continue their vigil. They are not humanity's guardians, not really. That word implies too much control, too much interference. They are witnesses to humanity's first steps into a universe that no longer conspires to control them. Nira's essence stirs with a familiar question. Do you ever regret it? Giving up your physical form, your place in the timeline? Reed watches Dr. Chen's historic transmission ripple outward toward distant stars. He feels the weight of all possible, futures balanced on this single, genuine moment of human achievement. He remembers the choice he made in that fractured control room, choosing uncertainty over manipulation, freedom over security. No, he answers simply. They needed a clean slate more than we needed our old lives. The quantum variance detector's signals pulse outward, carrying humanity's first true message to the cosmos. In the infinite panorama of time and space, Reed and his transformed crew watch Earth's new history unfold. Not guided, not controlled, but growing wild and free as it was always meant to. "So what now?" Emma asks, her essence bright with curiosity about the endless possibilities stretching before them. Reed observes the myriad timelines branching from this moment, each one uniquely human, each one genuinely free. "Now," he says, "we watch them fly." In the United Nations chamber, Dr. Chen's quantum variance detector sends another pulse of prime numbers into space. Humanity reaches for the stars with hands unfettered by ancient manipulation, eyes clear of golden corruption, minds free to chart their own course through the cosmic sea. And in the spaces between moments, between choices, between the infinite possibilities of what might be, 4 guardians made of light and memory bear witness to humanity's first true steps into the unknown. This time, they walk alone, just as they should. The compass of a fallen star. The year of our Lord 1798 was, for a man of reason, a crucible. From the lecture hall of the University of Edinburgh, I, Professor Alistair MacGregor, saw the world as a grand and elegant clockwork, its gears governed by observable laws, its future propelled by the engine of logic. The revolutionary fervour spilling from France, the pamphlets screaming of conspiracy and shadow governments, these were but the grinding of ill-fitted cogs, the hysterical symptoms of a society struggling to shed the skin of superstition. "Gentlemen," I would declaim to my students of natural philosophy, "history is not a ghost story. It is a science. It is driven by economics, by politics, by the measurable tides of human ambition, not by secret societies and phantoms in the dark." I believed it with every fibre of my being. My ordered world began its slow fracture on a damp Tuesday in October. An invitation arrived, delivered by a silent courier. The parchment was heavy, the ink a deep, lustrous black. But it was the seal that held my attention, a waxen emblem of a compass and a square, symbols I recognised from the architectural guilds, but here imbued with a solemn, almost ecclesiastical gravity. It was an invitation to a private gathering of the local Masonic lodge. My intellectual pride, that most subtle of vices, was piqued. To dismiss such things from the podium was one thing, to observe them with a scientist's eye was another entirely. The lodge was a world unto itself, hidden behind the unassuming facade of a building I had passed 1,000 times. Inside, the air was thick with incense and the low hum of ritual. I saw men I knew, judges, merchants, even a fellow professor, their faces made alien by the flickering candlelight and the gravity of their ceremonial aprons. It was a tableau of arcane theatre, a living relic of a pre-Enlightenment age. I felt the smug detachment of the anthropologist observing a primitive rite. After the ceremony, a man named Brother Thomas, his face a roadmap of aged wisdom, took me aside. "Professor MacGregor," he said, his voice a low conspiratorial whisper, "we value a sceptical mind. It sharpens the faith of those around it. Allow me to present you with a philosophical puzzle." He produced a single vellum page, a transcript from what he called a rare Rosicrucian text, the Fama Fraternitatis. It spoke in riddles of a house of the Holy Spirit, a brotherhood dedicated to a silent reformation of the world. "Mere allegory, of course," Thomas said with a thin smile, "a relic of a more credulous time." That night, in the solitary comfort of my study, I treated the text not as allegory, but as a cipher. The discipline of my mind, honed on Newton and Locke, bent itself to this new task. By the time the first grey light of dawn touched my window, I had shattered the code. My blood ran cold. This was no philosophical tract. It was a blueprint. I saw the name Adam Weishaupt, a figure I knew only from the most rabid anti-revolutionary pamphlets. Here, his words were revered. The document outlined a strategy for what he termed illuminated Freemasonry, a plan not for harmless fraternity, but for a global insurgency with a singular, terrifying goal: to root out all of the religious establishments and overturning all the existing governments of Europe. My hands trembled. The clockwork of my universe had just skipped a beat. It was surely a forgery, an elaborate historical prank designed to frighten fools. But the mathematical precision of the cipher, the cold logic of its structure, it was undeniable. I sat there, the document spread before me, my world of reason warring with a chilling, encroaching dread. The war would not last long. I awoke hours later, slumped in my chair to find my study in disarray. The fire was cold, the door ajar, and my notes, the pages where I had painstakingly revealed the cipher's grim secrets, were gone. The original text, however, lay untouched on my desk, a silent, mocking invitation to a game I now knew was terrifyingly real. The violation of my study was a violation of my soul. My sanctuary of reason, of books and ordered thought, had been breached by a force that left no trace but a gaping void where my certainty used to be. A primal panic, an instinct I thought I had long since suppressed through intellectual discipline, seized me. I had to find Brother Thomas. I found him in a dim-lit public house. His avuncular wisdom curdled into stark terror. He flinched at my approach, his eyes darting towards the door. "You were not supposed to solve it," he hissed, his hand shaking so violently he spilled his ale. "It was a test of loyalty, not intellect." "A test for what?" I demanded, my voice low and urgent. "The inner circle," he breathed, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "The order of death. They are not like us, Professor. They are the architects behind the stage." He spoke of a conspiracy so vast it defied imagination, a plan orchestrated not for fraternity, but for absolute dominion. Before he could elaborate, two figures detached themselves from the tavern shadows. They were dressed in dark, severe coats, their faces impassive, their movements economical and predatory. They flanked Thomas, their presence sucking the warmth from the room. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a final desperate plea. "The skull and bones," he whispered, a thread of a voice. "They use the protocols to blame the Jews. But the plan is their own." Then they were gone, melting back into the Edinburgh mist with their captive, leaving me alone with his cryptic, terrifying legacy. I was now a fugitive in my own city. The familiar Masonic symbols carved into the lintels and keystones of Edinburgh's grand buildings no longer looked like quaint historical details. They seemed like the eyes of a hidden beast watching me. I remembered Thomas mentioning a final failsafe, a key to the archive, a small brass key he had pressed into my palm during our first meeting, which I had dismissed as part of the Masonic theatre. A scribbled address led me not to a grand institution, but to a dusty, forgotten bookbinder's shop. The key opened a door behind a false wall of shelving, revealing a hidden library, a trove of forbidden knowledge. It was there I found it, an unpublished manuscript by my university colleague John Robison, titled Proofs of a Conspiracy. It was a meticulous academic confirmation of everything Thomas had feared. Robison had documented the Illuminati's infiltration of the Continental Lodges, detailing their methods with chilling clarity, fomenting class wars under the banner of freedom, seizing control of the press to act as a mouthpiece, and installing their agents in positions of power. But it was a folder of maps tucked within the manuscript that stopped my heart. It contained a pristine copy of Pierre L'Enfant's original plan for Washington, D.C., the new capital of the fledgling American Republic. Tucked beside it was a Masonic cipher wheel, its symbols matching those in Robison's text. With trembling hands, I aligned the cipher over the map. The streets, squares, and circles of the planned city resolved into a perfect blasphemous shape, an inverted pentagram, its lowest point piercing the grounds of the future White House. The geometry was too precise to be coincidence. This was architecture as a cult ritual. As I stared, another layer of the cipher revealed itself. It spoke of a second Jerusalem, not a city, but a subterranean chamber, a vault, and within that vault, a worshipful master's chair, waiting to be installed beneath the dome of the yet unbuilt capital, a throne for a coming king, a world leader who would rule from the heart of this new, engineered empire. The hunt began in earnest. The men who pursued me were not the local constabulary. They were spectres, moving with a purpose that transcended mere law enforcement. I caught a glimpse of an emblem on one of their lapels, a small silver pin of a skull with 2 crossed bones, the Order of Death. Brother Thomas's final, panicked warning now had a face. Every shadow in the cobbled alleys of Edinburgh seemed to hold them. My academic life was over, burned to the ground along with my belief in a rational world. My only hope was to flee, to cross the Atlantic and expose the conspiracy in the very nation they sought to make their throne. The sea voyage was a purgatory of salt spray and soul-searching. Stripped of my library and the comforting armour of my academic certainties, I had only the few occult texts I had managed to save from Robison's collection. I read them now not as a historian, but as a terrified believer. The Rosicrucian manifestos, Weishaupt's doctrines. They were no longer abstract theories. They were the operating manuals of the men who hunted me. In the howling void of the open ocean I found myself doing something I had not done since childhood. I prayed. It was not the elegant philosophical prayer to a distant clockmaker god, but a raw, desperate plea for deliverance from a tangible and profound evil. My transformation was hastened by an encounter with a fellow passenger, a German watchmaker named Klaus, fleeing the political turmoil in his homeland. Seeing the books I carried, he confided in me in hushed tones. He spoke of a secret society born in the halls of Yale College in America, an offshoot of the German Illuminati. He spoke of their chilling philosophy, a dark interpretation of Hegel. They believed that history was a thesis, to be opposed by a manufactured antithesis, a war, a revolution, a financial collapse. From the ashes of that conflict they would build their synthesis, a new world order, born from chaos of their own making. "They do not take sides," Klaus whispered, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. "They create the sides," his words were, a key, unlocking another layer of the Washington, D.C. map. I saw it clearly now, the grand avenues forming the legs of a Masonic compass, the White House and Capitol building its pivot points. The second Jerusalem was not a metaphor. It was a physical place, a vault for unholy relics designed to anoint and empower the figurehead of this new order. The master's chair was a literal throne for the man they would install, a man the scriptures might call Antichrist. I arrived in Philadelphia, the temporary capital, a man reborn into a nightmare. The city buzzed with the energy of a new nation, but I saw only the conspiracy's tendrils. My attempts to warn members of Congress were met with polite, dismissive smiles. I was treated as a madman, a purveyor of the very European hysteria they claimed their republic was founded to escape. My efforts were further thwarted by a journalist from a prominent gazette, a man whose questions were too pointed, whose scepticism was too polished. He was, one of them, an agent of the press placed there to discredit, to control the narrative. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Washington, D.C. was not yet a city. It was a wound in the earth, a mire of mud, felled trees, and naked ambition. The grand avenues on L'Enfant's map were little more than rutted tracks, and the great buildings were skeletal scaffolds clawing at a grey sky. It felt like a place outside of time, a primordial landscape where a new world was being birthed, and I feared I knew the nature of its soul. I made my way to the construction site of the capital. There, half submerged in the mud, was the cornerstone. A brief inquiry with the stonemasons confirmed my fears. It had been laid months prior in a full Masonic ceremony, a ritualistic claiming of the nation's symbolic heart. Time was running out. It was there, in the shadow of the nascent dome, that he found me. He was not a brute or a common thug. He was impeccably dressed, his English accent honed in the halls of Yale, his demeanour one of chilling intellectual calm. He introduced himself only as the Patriarch. "Professor McGregor," he began, his voice devoid of menace, yet carrying an absolute authority. "You have been a most persistent anomaly, a testament to the untidiness of the human intellect." He explained the Order's creed with the dispassionate air of a biologist explaining the behaviour of insects. Humanity, he said, was a rudderless beast, driven by base passion and fear. It did not need freedom, it needed shepherds. "We provide the storm and the shelter from it," he said, a faint smile touching his lips. "We fund the revolution and the counter-revolution. We arm both sides of every war. We steer civilization through a sea of chaos of our own design, towards a harbour of absolute order." He spoke of a global state, a synthesis of the efficiencies of capitalism and the controls of communism. It would be a fascist paradise, ruled by an enlightened hereditary elite. Democracy was merely a phase, a tool to dismantle the old monarchies before it too was discarded. And then he made his offer. "Your mind is a rare instrument, Professor. It could be of use to the great work. Join us, or be a footnote in a history that will be written by us, a footnote we can very easily erase." He spoke of the relics, not as myths, but as tools, artifacts of immense psychic power that would be used in a ritual to consecrate the very ground we stood on, preparing it for the arrival of a future leader, a Rex Mundi, a king of the world. My life's work, my unwavering belief in reason, dissolved in the face of this seductive satanic logic. Here was an evil that did not rave like a madman, but lectured like a philosopher. "I will not," I said, the words feeling small and inadequate against the scale of his vision. The Patriarch's smile vanished. A pity. The chase was a desperate scramble through the skeletal framework of the future city. But I had an advantage. The Patriarch had underestimated the power of the very knowledge he had dangled before me. I had memorised the Masonic blueprints. I knew the hidden passages, the unfinished tunnels, the secret symmetries of the construction site. As his agents closed in, I found it. A disguised entrance, a stone slab beneath the capital's foundation, exactly where the maps had promised it would be. I slipped into the darkness, the sounds of my pursuers fading behind me. The air that met me was ancient and cold. I descended into the second Jerusalem. It was a vast torch-lit cavern, its architecture subtly wrong, its angles seeming to shift and bend at the edge of my vision. It was a place built according to a geometry not of Euclid, but of nightmare. In the centre of the cavern stood a simple, unadorned stone chair. It seemed to absorb the torchlight, and I felt a faint, sickening vibration emanating from it, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Dozens of figures in dark robes were gathered around it. The skull and bones. They were not here to anoint a leader. Their ritual was one of preparation, a long and patient consecration of this unholy ground for a master who was yet to come. On a crude stone altar lay the relics, yellowed scrolls that seemed to writhe in the flickering light, and a crystalline artifact that pulsed with a soft, malevolent glow like a captured star. The Patriarch stood before the altar. "You see, Professor," his voice echoed in the vast chamber, carrying an unnerving calm. "This is not about a single lifetime. This is the great work of ages. We are but the latest in a long line of stewards, tending the garden until the true master arrives to claim his throne." He spoke of their promise to a coming power, a being of immense will who would unite the world under a single iron fist. They were not merely conspirators, they were acolytes, high priests of a dark faith. I knew then that I could not stop them with force. I was one man against centuries of momentum, but I possessed a weapon they had overlooked, a tool of my own vanquished world. Tucked in my satchel was a small, portable printing press, its metal frame heavy with the weight of the Enlightenment. I could not fight them, but I could bear witness. I could print a single page, a manifesto, a declaration. I could expose their symbols, their plot, their very existence. The choice was absolute. To print the page was to announce my presence, to sacrifice my only chance of escape. I would be caught. I would be killed. My name would be erased, just as the Patriarch had promised. The alternative was to flee, to save my own skin while the great work continued, unopposed, in the secret heart of the world. It was a choice between my life and the soul of a future I could barely comprehend. It was a choice between the cold calculus of survival and a final, desperate act of faith. Faith that the truth, once set free, could never be fully recaptured. As the Patriarch raised the glowing crystal and the cultist chant rose to a fever pitch, a new sound joined their chorus, the rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank of the printing press. It was the sound of reason's last stand. The robed figures turned as one, their faces illuminated by the unholy light of the crystal, were masks of pure fury. The Patriarch's eyes met mine across the cavern, his look of intellectual curiosity replaced by one of murderous rage. I pulled the freshly inked page from the press. The ink was still wet, the letters stark against the cheap paper. I held it aloft, a single sheet against an ocean of darkness. It was a declaration of resistance. It was a testament. It was a prayer, cast into the void. In the year 1851, during an expansion of the United States Capitol, a construction worker pried loose a floor stone in a forgotten sub-basement. Beneath it, he found a single, preserved sheet of parchment, its ink faded, its edges smudged with what might have been dirt or dried blood. It contained a strange amalgam of Masonic symbols, architectural diagrams of the city above, and a frantic handwritten text. The final lines read, "They believe themselves architects of the future, weaving a grand design from shadow and deceit. But truth is not a structure to be built or demolished. It is a seed, and once planted it can shatter any foundation. Let this be my proof. Let this be my faith." Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak. Scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce Base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was onto a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them. Night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognized Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it. until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered, his tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles, leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation. Dulce Protocol." Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliot hesitated, glancing at the two guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper." Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. "Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome." She paused, lowering her voice. "It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species." Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. "Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat, containment breach. All security teams converge." One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real. Not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material, but it's always more complicated than that. They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff-spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject, part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. "Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge." "Purge?" Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. "They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. "Then let's get out while we still can." The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. "For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilise neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA." She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. "I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me." "I don't know if I can," Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. "I'll be back soon, if I can." Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. "I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well. But you and I might have a shot if we combine forces." Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. "Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge." He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to sub-level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. "We have to move soon," Malik said, cross-referencing the map. "They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait." Cliff nodded. "Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move." A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. "I've got an idea. We head for the armory on sub-level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors." Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapon slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realised Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway. Cameras perched high on the walls, scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators, Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. But in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged. The alien enhancements. The electricity crackled but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. I can't even explain it, Cliff muttered. Let's not rely on it more than we have to. Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately. Time to move. They dashed through corridors confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint. As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. Containment breach in Lab 14, subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor, backup generators failing. Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. "We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall." His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced, imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown?" Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope line, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. "Hold your fire, we need the specimen alive." Cliff recognised Major Cole Vance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft. Something inhuman. The next moment, one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood-stained Vance's uniform and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. "Go! Get out of here!" he roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued. Gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read Exit, presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliott's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward, bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armour-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilising loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliot's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier-X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliot, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, he found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined. Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliot's dying words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice: walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. Solar Warden, Guardians of the Ancients. The Solar Warden slid through the interstitial void between star systems like a predator sighing in its sleep. She was a ghost ship, a rumour whispered in the highest echelons of Earth's unified command, a dreadnought built in secret orbital docks, crewed by the forgotten and the exceptional. Her skin was a metamaterial composite that drank light and sensor pings, rendering her effectively invisible against the star-strewn canvas. Her purpose, proactive defence, galactic peacekeeping of a sort unsanctioned by public treaties, a silent guardian against threats humanity wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. Inside her pressurized, artificially gravitated hull, the low thrum of the quantum entanglement drive was a constant companion, a reminder of the impossible distances spanned. Commander Riker Thorne stood on the command deck, the holographic projection of the Cygnus X1 region shimmering before him like captured nebulae. His face, etched with the lines of 100 campaigns fought in shadows, was illuminated by the soft blues and purples of the display. He was a man forged in the quiet crucibles of deep space, his authority absolute, his burden immense. The Warden was more than a ship. She was an extension of his will, a fortress monastery dedicated to vigilance. Then the calm shattered. A priority alert klaxon, rarely used, cut through the bridge's low hum. Not an external sensor ping, but a directed high-bandwidth transmission slicing through subspace chatter aimed directly at the Warden's clandestine frequency. Signal origin? Thorne's voice was calm, cutting through the sudden tension. Triangulating. Sector 7G, Kaelaris system, sir, reported the comms officer, Lieutenant Eva Rostova, her fingers flying across her console. It's old. Kaela Dominion encryption, ancient dialect, high-priority distress protocol. Kaelaris. The name resonated with a near-mythical weight. Home of the Kaelar, the elder race who had, according to fragmented histories and recovered xeno-artifacts, shielded a nascent humanity millennia ago. They were architects of wonders, masters of bioengineering and gravitational manipulation, a civilization that had faded into legend, withdrawing into isolation centuries before Earth achieved interstellar travel. The message, once decrypted by the Warden's formidable AI core, painted a grim picture. Kaelaris wasn't just fading, it was dying. A creeping genetic entropy, a slow decay woven into their very DNA over generations, was rendering them sterile, shortening lifespans. But worse, far worse, was the immediate catalyst for the distress call. The Draelith swarm had returned. The Draelith. Another name dredged from the darkest corners of forgotten galactic lore. A biomechanical plague, thought eradicated in a war that had scarred nebulae before human ancestors climbed down from trees. They were locusts forged from necrotized flesh and adaptive. Alloys, consuming, converting, driven by a cold, networked intelligence that defied understanding. They didn't conquer. They assimilated worlds into their grotesque, clattering whole. Commander, Rostova added, her voice tight, the signal confirms a full-scale planetary assault. Planetary defense grid failing. They specifically request Solar Warden intervention. They know who we are, sir. They're asking for protection of the royal bloodline and assistance preventing total bio-collapse. Thorne processed this rapidly. Orders from Earth High Command were implicit. Maintain secrecy, observe, never interfere directly with elder race affairs unless humanity itself was threatened. But the Kaelar had been protectors, and the Draelith threatened everything. This wasn't a local conflict. It was the potential resurgence of an apocalypse. Helm, set course for Kaelaris, maximum sustained velocity. Engage void cloaking protocols, Thorne commanded. Communications. Acknowledge the signal. Authentication code Thorne Alpha Sigma. Message. Solar Warden en route. Hold fast. The journey was a tense passage through warped space. The Warden a silent knife cutting towards a dying star. As they approached, the long-range sensors painted a horrifying tableau. Kaelaris, once described in recovered texts as a jewel of emerald continents and sapphire seas, was shrouded in orbital chaos. Draelith hive ships, jagged agglomerations of dark metal and pulsating organic matter swarmed the planet, their smaller attack craft raining down fire. Flickering energy shields buckled and failed across the surface. Thorn ordered the Warden into a high-orbit stealth trajectory, using Caelorus's largest moon as cover. He dispatched cloaked reconnaissance drones, their feeds relaying images of cities under siege, crystalline structures shattered by biomechanical artillery, and swarms of chittering Draelith ground units overwhelming Caelor defenders clad in elegant but clearly failing energy armour. A secure channel opened directly from the Caelor Royal Citadel, bypassing the planetary chaos. The face that appeared on Thorn's private monitor was ancient, noble, and etched with profound weariness. High King Varial. His eyes, luminous and wise, held the weight of a dying civilization. "Commander Thorn," Varial's voice was resonant though strained. "Your arrival honours forgotten pacts, but time bleeds away. The Swarm, they are relentless. Our blight weakens us, our weapons falter." "High King Variel," Thorn replied, his voice respectful but firm. "Solar Warden is here to assist. What is the strategic situation? What can we do?" Variel's image flickered. "Our doom is twofold. The genetic decay accelerates under stress. Soon, there will be none left fit to rule, or even to remember. But the Draelith, they seek more than mere conquest. They seek the heart of our legacy." He paused, gathering strength. "There is a contingency, a last resort forged in the Age of Sundering when the Draelith first rose." Thorn leaned forward. "Tell me." "Deep beneath our sacred sites," Variel revealed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "lie dormant the Titan Sentinels. 5 biomechanical constructs of immense power, relics of a race that preceded even us. They sleep, awaiting awakening." Thorn felt a chill despite the bridge's regulated temperature. Technology from before the Caelor? "These sentinels," Variel continued, "require pilots, beings capable of neural synchronization. Our current generation, the blight affects the mind's resonance. We cannot interface, but perhaps your kind can." He gestured weakly. "They are keyed to our royal lineage, activated by 5 crystal keys hidden across Calaris in places of power and peril. Find the keys, Commander. Find pilots who can withstand the neural load. Awaken the Titans." A diagram bloomed beside Variel's image. 5 colossal, distinct mechanical forms, one sleek and winged, another broad-shouldered and bristling with ground-pounders, a third radiating defensive energy fields, a fourth shimmering with stealth technology, the last glowing with internal fire. "Alone, they are formidable," Variel explained. "But their true power lies in unity. Once bonded, once synchronized, the 5 can merge. They become the Pantheon Ascendant, a construct of unimaginable defensive power, capable of purging the Swarm." Thorn stared at the schematics, the scale almost unbelievable. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend made manifest. A desperate gamble hinging on forgotten technology and untested human pilots. "The Draelith must not reach them, Commander," Variel pleaded, his image distorting with nearby impacts. "They must not defile what guarded the galaxy." The transmission abruptly cut out, replaced by static. Thorn stood silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Protect a bloodline, prevent collapse, and awaken mythical war machines? The mission parameters had just escalated exponentially. He turned to his bridge crew, his expression grim but resolute. "Lieutenant Rostova, assemble mission profiles for 5 potential Titan interfaces based on psychological and neurological compatibility scores. prioritize adaptability, resilience, and empathy. He tapped the schematic of the Pantheon Ascendant. Major Jian, prepare Omega Lance for immediate deployment. Multiple high-risk retrieval operations, hostile territory, heavy resistance expected. We're going key hunting. The Solar Warden shifted from silent guardian to active participant. Below, on the dying world of Calaris, the darkness deepened, but a desperate, impossible hope had just been ignited. The selection process was swift, brutal, and data-driven. The Solar Warden's AI, Janus, cross-reference combat records, psych profiles, simulator scores, and neurological scans against the fragmented Kayla data on Titan synchronization. Commander Thorne reviewed the final candidates, seeking not just skill, but a specific kind of synergy, a blend of individual strength that might, just might, resonate together under unimaginable pressure. First chosen was Lieutenant Lucas Watts. Quiet, almost unnervingly perceptive, Watts possessed an empathic intuition that bordered on the precognitive in battlefield scenarios. He saw patterns others missed, anticipated enemy movements by sensing the ebb and flow of conflict itself. Janus flagged him for Valkyries, the winged aerial titan, whose systems required a pilot sensitive to atmospheric currents and multi-vector threats. Watts accepted the assignment with a solemn nod, his thoughtful gaze already calculating trajectories through Kaelaris's war-torn skies. Next came Captain Zach Cross, Watts's polar opposite. Loud, fiercely competitive and pathologically brave, Cross was the Warden's premier hand-to-hand combatant and thrived in the visceral chaos of close quarters battle. His humour, often dark, was a shield against the horrors he'd witnessed. He was assigned Brontis, the ground-pounding assault titan, a behemoth of armour and ordnance. Cross grinned, cracking his knuckles. Someone's got to punch these metal bugs back where they crawled from, right? Ensign Dax Moreno was the anomaly, the youngest, a prodigy plucked from Earth's advanced engineering corps. Moreno saw systems, energy flows, and subspace mechanics the way composers heard music. Brilliant, occasionally overwhelmed by the military structure but unparalleled in improvisation, he was matched with Stratos, the shield-bearing support titan. Its complex energy matrix and defensive systems demanded an intuitive understanding of technology. Moreno nervously adjusted his glasses, muttering about Kyla power conduits potentially violating known physics. Lieutenant Rico Fenn was an enigma, even among the Warden's clandestine crew. A former Black Ops sniper and deep cover operative, Fenn moved with silent grace and spoke only when necessary. Her analytical mind processed threats with chilling efficiency. She was the logical choice for Nocturne, the stealth titan, capable of cloaking and infiltration. Fenn simply inclined her head, her dark eyes unreadable, already assessing angles of approach and Draelith sensor capabilities. Rounding out the team was Commander Maddox Reeve, the veteran. An ex-mech pilot from Earth's earlier, clunkier conflicts, Reeve carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen it all and survived. Calm under extreme fire, pragmatic, he was the bedrock. He was assigned Pyros, the fire core titan, whose internal plasma reactor and thermal weaponry required disciplined control. Reeve, his weathered face impassive, stated, "Understood. Let's get 'em warmed up." While the Chosen Five began intensive neural conditioning in Kayla DeepMind simulators, holographic chambers that plunged their consciousness into simulations of the Titans' unique interfaces and Kayla history, Thorne deployed Omega Lance. Led by Major Jian, a stern tactician, and including Thorne's longtime friend and second-in-command, Sergeant Harlan Cruz, the Lance was tasked with retrieving the 5 crystal keys. The missions were harrowing descents into hell. The Sky Bastion key was housed within a derelict Kayla weather control platform, perpetually shrouded in violent electrified storms. Omega Lance repelled from cloaked shuttles, battling hurricane-force winds and automated lightning defences, Draelith skitter fighters dogfighting them amidst the clouds. They secured the Sky Key just as the platform began to tear itself apart. For the Obsidian Depths Key, they descended into volcanic caverns near Calaris' molten core. Rivers of lava illuminated Cyclopean Kala structures. Ancient flame sentinels, stone guardians animated by geothermal heat, activated alongside Draelith burrowing units adapted to extreme temperatures. Explosions echoed in the suffocating heat as the team fought their way to a basalt altar, retrieving the obsidian key moments before a Draelith demolition charge brought the cavern roof down. The Whispering Hollow presented a different challenge. A sprawling jungle temple complex overgrown and saturated with residual Kala psychic energy. The air itself seemed to hum, creating illusions, dredging up buried fears, turning squad mates against each other in paranoid hallucinations. Draelith stalkers, adapted for stealth, used the psychic miasma as cover. Major Gian, relying on hardened mental discipline, guided the team through the psychic battlefield to claim the jungle key from the heart of a colossal, petrified tree. Starspire Keep was an ice fortress carved into a mountain peak, where temperatures plummeted to near absolute zero. The Kala architect had employed sound-based traps, resonant frequencies that could shatter armour, induce vertigo, or trigger localised sonic booms. Draelith, forces seemingly immune, used the acoustic chaos to their advantage. Omega Lance navigated the treacherous soundscape, disabling harmonic resonators while fighting frost-coated Draelith warriors, finally recovering the glacier key from a cryo-locked chamber. The final mission targeted the Vault of Echoes, a vast archive complex submerged beneath a murky, polluted ocean trench, already heavily infested by Draelith. Sonar-reactive Draelith submersibles patrolled the crushing depths. Omega Lance utilised specialised aquatic assault gear, navigating flooded corridors and dodging pressure-sensitive mines. Inside the central archive chamber, they located the vault key, but the Draelith sprung an ambush, sealing the exits and flooding the compartment. Sergeant Harlan Cruz, a burly man whose loyalty to Thorn was legendary, saw the closing hydrostatic doors and the Draelith heavy units advancing. He shoved the recovered vault key into Major Jean's hand. "Get it to the commander, go!" Before Jean could protest, Cruz activated demolition charges on his own suit's power core, creating a blinding explosion and a shockwave that momentarily stunned the Draelith and blasted open a secondary escape route for the rest of the team. He was consumed in the blast, sacrificing himself to ensure the final key reached the surface. Omega Lance returned to the Solar Warden, battered, exhausted, but successful. They brought the 5 crystal keys, shimmering, intricately faceted stones pulsing with contained energy, but they also brought the heavy news of Cruz's death. Thorn received the keys and the report with stoic grief, the loss of his friend a palpable weight on the command deck. There was no time for mourning, only grim resolve. The pilots had completed their initial sync training, reporting strange, dreamlike connections to the dormant machines. The keys were secured. The next phase was about to begin, the awakening. The descent was like travelling back through geological time. Ancient Kala tram lines, reactivated after millennia of silence, carried the 5 pilots deep into the planet's crust. Each line terminated in a colossal cavern, meticulously engineered, housing one of the dormant Titan sentinels. The air hummed with latent power, the rock walls inscribed with faded glyphs depicting star charts and celestial events unknown to human history. Lucas Watts arrived first, stepping out onto a platform overlooking Valkyries. The aerial Titan rested on its haunches like a gargantuan biomechanical raptor, wings folded, its surface a seamless blend of obsidian-like plating, and what looked disturbingly like dormant sinew. Its cockpit, a crystalline bubble set into the head, glowed faintly as Watts approached. Zach Cross found Brontis standing sentinel in a cavern, fortified like a subterranean bunker. The ground assault titan was pure brutalism. Thick armour, massive articulated fists, shoulder-mounted cannons the size of tanks. It radiated sheer power, a coiled spring of destruction. Dax Moreno gaped at Stratos, the defence support titan. It was broader, less overtly aggressive, its surfaces studded with emitters and intricate energy conduits. It resembled a mobile fortress, anchored in a chamber that seemed designed to channel and amplify planetary energy fields. Rico Fenn materialised from the shadows of her tramcar before Nocturne. The stealth titan was slender, angular, its surfaces shifting and refractive, absorbing the ambient light. It looked less like a machine and more like solidified shadow, perched ready to vanish. Maddox Reeves stood before Pyros, the fire core titan. Housed in a heat-shielded cavern near a magma conduit, Pyros pulsed with internal warmth. Vents along its limbs glowed cherry red, and its core emanated a low, powerful thrum, hinting at the controlled inferno within. Following Kalar instructions relayed via Thorn, each pilot presented their respective crystal key to an interface port on their Titan. Valkyris took the Sky Key, Brontis the Obsidian Key, Stratus the Jungle Key, Nocturne the Glacier Key, and Pyros the Vault Key. As the final key slotted home, a deep resonant hum filled the chambers, echoing up the tram lines and causing seismic tremors across Kalaris. Light surged through the Titans. Glyphs etched into their armour blazed with energy. Joints hissed as dormant actuators powered up. Cockpits illuminated, displaying Kalar symbology alongside translated readouts. One by one, the colossal machines stirred, optics flaring to life like newborn stars. The pilots, strapped into their command couches, felt the neural interface ignite. Not just data streams, but a torrent of sensation, instinct and ancient memory flooding their minds. It was exhilarating and terrifying, like merging consciousness with a sleeping god. Watts felt the wind currents of Kalaris across Valkyries' wings, across the tectonic rumble beneath Brontis' feet. Moreno sensed the planets, energy grid through Stratos, Fenn the electromagnetic spectrum via Nocturne sensors, Reeve the geothermal heat flowing into Pyros. Initial field tests, conducted within designated subterranean zones, showcased the Sentinel's staggering capabilities. Valkyris soared through simulated canyons, its energy cannons carving arcs of light. Brontis pulverized simulated Draelith armour with contemptuous ease. Stratos generated localized shield barriers capable of deflecting immense kinetic force. Nocturne flickered in and out of visibility, executing silent takedowns. Pyros unleashed controlled bursts of plasma that melted rock. But coordination proved instantly problematic. The Titans were individuals, extensions of their pilots' distinct personalities, and the ancient machine spirits now awakening within them. Cross's aggressive charges sometimes left Moreno's Stratos exposed. Fenn's stealth manoeuvres occasionally left her isolated. Watts struggled to translate his tactical overview into commands the others could instinctively follow. Reeves' methodical pace sometimes clashed with Cross's impulsiveness. They were 5 powerful solos, not yet a symphony. Their precarious learning curve was shattered by catastrophe. Alarms blared aboard the Solar Warden. "Commander," Major Jean reported, her voice strained. "Multiple breaches. The outer planetary shield network has collapsed. Draelith hive carriers are breaking atmosphere en masse. They're concentrating on the Royal Citadel." On the surface, chaos erupted. Draelith drop pods rained down like meteors. disgorging hordes of biomechanical monstrosities into the heart of the Kyla capital. Elegant spires crumbled under relentless bombardment. Desperate Kayla warriors fought and died in the crystalline streets. Then came the unthinkable. A single, high-yield Draelith energy beam, impossibly precise, lanced down from orbit, bypassing the failing city shields and striking the citadel's central spire, the royal chamber. Communications went dead. Moments later, a fragmented emergency broadcast reached the Warden. Princess Kalia, Variel's daughter, her face smeared with soot, regal composure fractured by grief and fury, appeared briefly. The king, King Variel, is dead, assassinated. I have assumed command. Her transmission cut out. Simultaneously, Janus flagged a massive energy surge deep beneath the Kayla capital, originating directly below the royal citadel's foundations. Cross-referencing with Kayla historical data retrieved during the pilot's sync training, Thorn realised the horrifying truth. They knew, Thorn breathed, staring at the tactical display. The assassination wasn't just regicide, it was a diversion. He pointed to the energy signature. That location, according to Kayla legend, it's the Convergence Vault, the very place where the Pantheon Ascendant was first forged during the Age of Sundering. The Draelith aren't just here to conquer Kalaris. They want to capture the forging site, perhaps harness its power, or prevent the Pantheon Ascendant from ever forming again. The stakes had escalated beyond planetary defence. This was now a race to secure ancient power, with the fate of the galaxy potentially hanging in the balance. Pilots, Thorn's voice broadcast directly into their neural interfaces, overriding the sensory flood. The king is dead. The Draelith are targeting the Convergence Vault beneath the capital. Training is over. Deploy immediately. Your objectives are sector-specific defence. Prevent the Draelith from reaching the vault at all costs. Go. The 5 Titans, newly awakened and barely tested, rose from their subterranean cradles, ascending towards a world engulfed in total war. The surface of Kalaris was a canvas of destruction. Smoke choked the skies, casting the besieged capital city in a perpetual blood-red twilight. Draelith forces swarmed through shattered avenues, their chittering movements and grinding mechanics, an alien cacophony against the Kayla architectural elegance. Into this inferno, the 5 Titan Sentinels deployed, each a towering figure of defiance against the encroaching swarm. Lieutenant Lucas Watts, Valkyries, launched directly into the upper atmosphere. Valkyries unfolded its vast wings, soaring above the ionosphere where massive Draelith skyhive carriers disgorged endless waves of smaller fighters. Watts, feeling the thin air and the brutal vacuum beyond through Valkyries' senses, became a whirlwind of aerial combat. His empathic intuition allowed him to anticipate the swarm tactics, dodging energy blasts, weaving through fighter formations, his Titan's cannons vaporizing Draelith craft with pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't just flying a machine, he was the storm, defending the orbital approaches. Captain Zach Cross, Brontis, deployed directly into the capital's heavily fortified canyon wall sector. Brontis met the Draelith head-on. Mech tank divisions, spider-like walkers, spitting plasma, and waves of scuttling ground drones surged towards the breach. Cross roared into the comms, a mix of battle cries and crude jokes as Brontis charged. Fists like wrecking balls shattered Draelith armour, shoulder cannons obliterated entire formations, seismic stomps cracked the very ground beneath his enemies. He was a blunt instrument, a furious bulwark holding the line, thriving in the glorious, brutal chaos. "Come on, you rusty buckets! Who's next?" Ensign Dax Moreno, Stratos. Positioned centrally behind the main defence lines, Stratos became the city's shield. Moreno, initially overwhelmed, quickly found his rhythm, his mind merging with the Titan's complex energy systems. He diverted planetary power, projecting immense shimmering energy barriers that absorbed Draelith artillery bombardments, protecting Kalar civilian shelters and reinforcing collapsing structures. He rerouted power surges, fed targeting data to Kalar defense towers still operational, and occasionally unleashed focused energy pulses to disrupt Draelith command signals. He was the unsung anchor, preventing total collapse. Lieutenant Rico Fenn, Nocturne. While the others engaged in open warfare, Nocturne flickered into invisibility, slipping through Draelith lines like a phantom. Fenn, calm and methodical, navigated the treacherous cityscape, avoiding sensor nets and patrols. Her objective: locate and disable the Draelith forward command posts coordinating the ground assault and, crucially, the localized warp gates reinforcing their numbers. Utilizing Nocturne's infiltration tools and her own Black Ops expertise, she became a saboteur, planting disruption charges, slicing communication arrays, and silently eliminating key Draelith synapse commanders before vanishing back into the shadows. Commander Maddox Reeve, Pyros. Reeve's mission was perhaps the most critical and dangerous. Draelith scans had detected a major planetary fault line beneath the capital near the Convergence Vault. They were attempting to plant a deep-core magma bomb, intending to destabilize the entire region and potentially trigger a catastrophic volcanic event, destroying the vault and half the continent. Pyros descended into the searing heat of the planet's crust, navigating fissures and magma flows. Reeve, relying on his veteran discipline, used Pyros's thermal lances to cauterize breaches, its fire core energy to neutralize Draelith drilling units, fighting in an environment where a single misstep meant incandescent oblivion. He was the steady hand preventing planetary self-destruction. Despite their individual successes, the Draelith tide was relentless. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Coordination breakdowns between the pilots, amplified by the stress and sensory overload, led to near disasters. Cross's overzealous advance nearly flanked Moreno. Watts, pinned down by a carrier's main weapon, couldn't provide air support for Fenn's extraction, Reeve reported, increasing Draelith reinforcements near the fault line. They were holding, but barely. The Draelith were adapting, learning, focusing their efforts. It was then that Princess Kalia, coordinating the desperate Kalar defense from a hidden bunker, managed to transmit a vital package directly to Commander Thorne aboard the Solar Warden, who relayed it instantly to the pilots. It wasn't tactical data. It was ancient Kalar scrolls, digitized under fire, their surfaces covered in intricate glyphs, depicting the 5 Titans merging into one colossal form. Pilots, Kalia's voice, ragged but resolute, echoed through their neural link. The scrolls describe the Synedrian Ascala, the Pantheon Ascendant Protocol. It is not merely a mechanical combination. It requires alignment, a merging of will, spirit, and memory. The first pilots achieved it through shared vulnerability, a psychic resonance born of absolute trust. Thorne's voice followed hers, urgent. She's right. The Kalar data confirms it. The final stage isn't technological, it's psychological, emotional. You have to synchronize on a deeper level, drop your barriers, trust each other, completely. A moment of charged silence hung between the 5 pilots, scattered across the war zone, fighting for their lives. Trust, vulnerability, with bombs falling, comrades dying, and ancient machines screaming in their minds. It was Watts, the quiet empath, who spoke first, his voice strained but clear through the link, broadcasting not just words but the feeling behind them, the fear beneath his tactical calm. Valkyris feels isolated up here. I can see everything, but I can't be everywhere. I need your eyes on the ground, Cross. Your shields, Moreno. Cross surprisingly didn't joke. Yeah, well, Brontis is taking a pounding. Could use some cover fire, Skyboy. And Dax, keep those shields up, kid. You're doing good. Moreno, his voice trembling slightly, replied, Energy levels critical. Draelith adapting. I can't hold this sector alone for much longer. Fenn's clipped tones followed. Multiple command nodes disabled. Heavy resistance converging on Pyros's position. Reeve needs support. Reeve's steady voice anchored them. Acknowledged. Pressure intense. Holding the line, but Fenn is right. The primary drill is almost in position. He paused. We do this together, or not at all. Cruz didn't die for nothing. Harlan Cruz. The name resonated. The shared loss. The shared purpose. In that moment, amidst the carnage, something shifted. Defences lowered, not physical shields, but mental ones. The bravado, the detachment, the fear, the determination, it all flowed across the neural network, raw and unfiltered. They felt each other's struggles, strengths and anxieties. Empathy surged, forging connections stronger than any data link. A new energy signature flared from the 5 Titans, detected instantly by the Solar Warden. Commander, Jean exclaimed, energy cascade, it's starting. Across Kalaris, the 5 sentinels began to glow with an intense harmonic light. Valkyris descended from the sky. Brontis rose from the canyons. Stratos pulsed with power. Nocturne shimmered into visibility. Pyros ascended from the depths. Drawn by an invisible force, they converged over the ravaged capital city. Energy tendrils lashed out, connecting wing to shoulder, shield to fist, stealth plate to fire core. Metal flowed and reshaped, systems integrated. 5 minds, 5 machine spirits, 5 pilots bound by shared vulnerability and desperate purpose, merged into something far greater. With a shockwave that rippled across the planet, the Pantheon Ascendant took form, a colossal humanoid figure easily dwarfing the largest Draelith ships, radiating an aura of pure incandescent energy, the size of a city. It was a beacon of impossible hope against the encroaching darkness. The ascent was complete. The formation of the Pantheon Ascendant sent a visible pulse of energy across Kalaris, momentarily stunning the Draelith swarm. Their networked intelligence faltered, individual units pausing mid-stride, fighters veering off course. It was a brief respite, but enough for the colossal construct to orient itself. Inside the integrated command core, a space that felt both impossibly vast and intimately connected, the 5 pilots experienced true unity. They saw through each other's eyes, felt the thrum of combined power, thought and reacted as one entity. Watts's tactical overview guided Cross's ferocious strikes. Moreno managed the immense energy flow powering Reeve's amplified thermal weapons, while Fenn directed stealth fields and pinpoint targeting solutions. Their target coalesced from the chaos, the Hive Sovereign. It wasn't a single ship, but a monstrous entity. A living island formed from thousands of fused Draelith warbeasts, biocruisers, and corrupted Kala technology scavenged over millennia, all bound by the will of a central ancient Draelith intelligence. It pulsed with dark energy, bristling with weapons capable of cracking continents, its shadow falling over the ruined capital. The Pantheon Ascendant launched itself into battle. The scale was mythological, a god forged from human will and ancient Kala science against a biomechanical nightmare composed of galactic wreckage. The clash began over the shattered city, energy beams thicker than skyscrapers crisscrossing the smoke-filled sky. The Pantheon Ascendant moved with surprising grace for its size, deflecting swarms of Draelith fighters with localized energy shields managed by Moreno's intuition, while Cross, controlling the primary limbs, delivered blows that shattered entire sections of the Sovereign's carapace. Reeve channeled Pyros's core through integrated emitters, bathing sections of the Sovereign in plasma fire, while Watts anticipated the Sovereign's shifting attack patterns, guiding the Pantheon Ascendant through incoming barrages. Fenn identified and targeted critical synapse nodes deep within the Sovereign's mass. The battle raged, levelling already ruined districts. The shockwaves felt in orbit where the Solar Warden provided crucial support. Thorn, coordinating desperately, ordered targeted orbital strikes from the Warden's main cannons, weakening the Sovereign's outer defences, drawing fire away from the Pantheon Ascendant during critical moments. Focus fire on grid coordinates Delta 7. Give them covering fire, Thorn commanded, his knuckles white on the command chair. The Hive Sovereign adapted, learning, its ancient intelligence focusing its immense power. Tentacles of hardened biometal lashed out, grappling with the Pantheon Ascendant. Psychic assaults, amplified through corrupted Kayla tech, hammered against the pilot's unified consciousness, threatening to tear their fragile bond apart. They felt the strain, the shared pain, the immense pressure. Doubt flickered. "It's too strong," Cross grunted, the Pantheon Ascendant reeling from a massive blow. "Energy reserves dropping," Moreno warned. "The psychic interference is destabilizing the core matrix." It was Kalia's voice, patched through by Thorn, that cut through the rising panic. The scrolls, the final act, the Harmonia Plenus, channel your unity outwards. It's not just a weapon, it's a resonance. Disrupt its control. They understood. The Pantheon Ascendant wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, the very thing the Draelith swarm lacked. Focusing their combined will, pouring every ounce of their shared courage, discipline, empathy, and even fear into the core, they initiated the final protocol. The Pantheon Ascendant ceased its physical attacks. It braced itself amidst the swarm and began to glow with an almost unbearable white-gold light. A deep, resonant hum built, not of destruction, but of pure, ordered frequency. Then it unleashed the Harmonia Plenus, a planet-wide harmonic wave, a pulse of coordinated psychic and energy resonance designed to disrupt the Draelith-Hivemind connection. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the swarm. The wave washed over Kalaris and surged into orbit. Individual Draelith units convulsed, their networked directives severed. Fighters spiraled out of control. Ground troops froze, reverting to basic, uncoordinated movements. The Hive Sovereign itself seemed to shudder violently, sections sloughing off as the binding intelligence fractured. Its coordinated attacks ceased, its form losing cohesion, consumed by internal feedback loops. The overwhelming threat dissolved into chaotic fragments. Seeing their sovereign broken, the remaining functional Draelith ships, their hive connection shattered, faltered, and began a disorganized retreat, vanishing back into the void from whence they came. The battle was over. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over Kalaris, broken only by the crackle of fires and the low hum of the victorious Pantheon Ascendant standing sentinel over the devastated capital. The aftermath was sobering. Victory, hard-fought and costly. Kylaris was saved from the Draelith, but the ruins were vast, the casualties immense. The insidious genetic decay remained, an enemy no Titan could fight. Queen Kalia, now the weary leader of a scarred people, began the arduous task of rebuilding. The 5 pilots, psychically and physically drained, carefully separated the Pantheon Ascendant back into the individual Titan Sentinels. The magnificent machines, battered but intact, were returned to their subterranean chambers, their purpose served, awaiting a future unknown. None were lost, a testament to the pilot's skill and improbable synergy. A formal ceremony was held in the partially cleared plaza before the royal citadel. Before Kayla survivors and the crew of the Solar Warden, Queen Kalia posthumously honoured Sergeant Harlan Cruz. A Kala starstone, a gem said to hold the light of a dying star, was placed in the newly consecrated Hall of Guardians, commemorating his sacrifice, a human honoured among Kala legends. In the epilogue, a formal alliance was forged between the Kala Dominion and Earth, mediated by Commander Thorn. The existence of the Solar Warden was acknowledged. Its status shifted from clandestine observer to official protector of Kala space, a guardian against future incursions while the Kala focused on survival and recovery. As the Solar Warden prepared to depart Kalaris, leaving behind liaison teams and relief supplies, Air Lieutenant Lucas Watts sat in his quarters, recording a personal log entry. His voice was quiet, tinged with the weariness and wonder of the preceding events. Log entry, Lieutenant Lucas Watts, cycle end. We depart Kalaris orbit tomorrow. The cost was high. Sergeant Cruz, King Variel, so many Kala lives. The Draelith are scattered, broken for now. But the other threat, the one woven into their genes, remains. Queen, Kalia faces a long, uncertain future. Yet, we answered the call. We stood the line. He paused, looking at the starfield outside his viewport. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. It felt older, deeper. It was a battle for memory, I think. For the echoes of ancient bonds, for the belief that promises made across millennia still hold weight. The Titans. They were incredible. But the Pantheon Ascendant, it wasn't just metal and energy. It was us. Moreno's ingenuity, Cross's fire, Fenn's focus, Reeves' calm, my perspective. Bound together by trust, forced by desperation, protecting something fragile and worth remembering. We became more than pilots, more than soldiers. For a short time, we were guardians. He ended the recording, the silence of deep space settling around him once more, the memory of the Pantheon Ascendant a lingering echo in his mind. The Solar Warden turned, its silent engines preparing to carry it back into the watchful darkness between the stars. The Interstellar Recruit. And then the brave spaceship flew through the asteroid belt, dodging space rocks bigger than houses. Max Carter made whooshing sounds, guiding the toy spacecraft over his sisters' heads. Rose and Zoe giggled from their shared bed, their matching teddy bears clutched tight against their chests. "More, Max," Rose pleaded, her brown eyes sparkling in the glow of their dollar store nightlight. "Tomorrow, Munchkins." Max tucked the worn quilt, one of the few things they had left from Mom, around their tiny shoulders. At 18, he'd become their entire world after the accident, just as they'd become his. The nightlight flickered. Another bill he'd have to juggle this month. The next evening, Max's fingers traced the worn edges of the Star Defender arcade cabinet, dust coating his fingertips. The shuttered arcade's musty air wrapped around him like a forgotten memory, broken only by the soft whimpers of his 3-year-old, sisters sleeping in their double stroller. Rose clutched her toy spaceship while Zoe huddled close to her, their matching brown curls tangled together. "Just 5 more minutes," he whispered, though they couldn't hear him. 5 minutes to pretend he wasn't drowning in responsibilities. 5 minutes to lose himself in this relic he'd spent weeks restoring, its antiquated graphics flickering to life under his touch. The screen crackled with static as he reached level 50, impossibly harder than any game he'd played before. The final boss emerged from hyperspace, a crystalline entity that shifted and pulsed with impossible geometry. Max's hands flew across the controls, executing maneuvers he didn't even know he knew. Each blast from his ship struck with surgical precision, exploiting weaknesses that revealed themselves like a complex puzzle. 3 lives left. His palms sweated. 2 lives. The entity's attacks intensified, filling the screen with deadly patterns. 1. Life. Max held his breath, time slowing as he input the final sequence. Up, down, lateral thrust, plasma burst, each movement flowing into the next like a dance he'd rehearsed his entire life. The boss shattered, its crystalline form exploding in a cascade of light that seemed to leap from the screen, filling the arcade with impossible radiance. When the glare faded, Max found himself staring at two figures who definitely hadn't been there before. The woman wore a uniform unlike any military branch he'd seen, its fabric seeming to absorb and reflect light in subtle patterns. But it was her companion that made Max step back, a tall, elegant being whose silver skin rippled like liquid mercury. "Congratulations, Max Carter," the woman said, authority resonating in every word. "I'm Commander Varric, and this is Dr. Elon Vero. That wasn't just a game you mastered, it was a recruitment tool for the Interstellar Defense Force." Max laughed, but the sound died in his throat as Commander Varric raised her hand. The air between them shimmered, and suddenly they were surrounded by stars, a hologram so perfect he could have sworn he felt the void's cold embrace. The image shifted to a beautiful world with crystal spires reaching toward twin suns. "The colony of New Eden," Varric said, her expression darkening as the scene changed to smoking ruins. Bodies lay scattered across blackened ground, the crystal spires reduced to shards. This was the rogue faction's work. "We need pilots like you, Max, people who can see patterns others miss, who can make impossible decisions under pressure." "Your sisters," Dr. Vero said, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality. "Rose and Zoe. They deserve more than a life of struggle in this town. Join us, and they'll have opportunities beyond anything Earth can offer." Max looked at his sleeping sisters. Rose stirred. The toy spaceship clutched against her chest. She blinked awake, eyes widening at Dr. Vero's silvery form. Without a word, she pressed the spaceship into Max's hands. "Take it," she whispered, "for ventures." Zoe woke too, clinging to his shirt. "You promised to stay." Max hugged them both, breathing in their baby shampoo scent. "I know, sweetie, but I'm doing this for you. Where you're going, there'll be other kids to play with, and doctors to make you strong, and teachers to show you all the amazing things I know you can do." He stood, the toy spaceship cold in his hands, and faced Commander Varric. "When do we leave?" She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Now." The arcade's fluorescent lights flickered, and in that moment of darkness they vanished, leaving behind only the soft hum of an ancient game cabinet and the dreams of a better tomorrow. Max's stomach lurched as reality reassembled itself around him. The arcade's musty air gave way to something crisp and metallic, tingling in his lungs. Through the dizziness, he made out a vast chamber with walls that seemed to breathe, their surface rippling with patterns of light. "Neural recalibration complete," Dr. Vero announced, his silver skin pulsing in sync with the walls. "First transport is always unsettling for humans." Max clutched Rose's toy spaceship tighter, his knuckles white. Outside a towering window, a massive gas giant swirled with storms larger than Earth, its rings catching starlight like scattered diamonds. 3 moons hung in formation, each hosting what looked like cities beneath crystalline domes. "Welcome to the Interstellar Defense Force Academy," Commander Varric said, striding toward a group of figures waiting near a curved doorway. Some were clearly human, but others... Max blinked hard. One appeared to be made entirely of shifting geometric patterns, while another floated in a containment field of swirling mist. A cadet with iridescent scales covering her face approached. "I'm Zira," she said, her voice carrying an undertone like wind. Chimes. "I've been assigned as your orientation partner," she gestured at his wrinkled t-shirt and jeans. First stop, requisitions. Can't have you looking like a level 1 human sim. Max followed her through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves, past training rooms where cadets practiced with weapons that defied physics. In one chamber, a group floated in zero gravity, their movements synchronized to holographic threats that sparked and snarled. How do you handle all... Max waved his hand vaguely. This? Zira's scales shifted to a deeper blue. You mean the cultural integration? The technology gap? The fact that everything you thought you knew about the universe just got thrown out the airlock? She smiled, revealing teeth like opals. You adapt, or you wash out. The requisitions officer, a being composed of crystalline threads that wove themselves into a vaguely humanoid shape, scanned Max with a beam of purple light. Moments later, a uniform materialized around him, replacing his clothes. The fabric felt alive, adjusting its temperature and fit with each movement. Neural responsive plasfiber, Zira explained. It'll help regulate your body during training. Speaking of which, she led him to a massive simulator bay where dozens of pods hung suspended in anti-gravity fields. Each contained a pilot interface that looked eerily similar to Star Defender's controls. "Cadets!" a sharp voice cut through the air. A tall figure with close-cropped black hair and eyes like burning coals strode toward them. The other cadets snapped to attention. "Senior Cadet Kale Dravik," Zira whispered. "Top of every combat class. His parents were killed in the New Eden attack." Kyle stopped in front of Max, looking him up and down with barely concealed disdain. "So this is the Earthling who beat the recruitment sim. Let's see what you can do in a real neural interface." Before Max could protest, Kale keyed a sequence into a nearby console. One of the pods descended, its canopy iris opening with an organic whir. "Standard combat trial," Kale announced. "Unless you're not ready to leave the arcade." Max glanced at Rose's spaceship, now clipped to his uniform. The toy that had once seemed so advanced now looked impossibly primitive in this chamber of living metal and quantum computers. But it reminded him why he was here, what he was fighting for. He climbed into the pod. The neural interface wrapped around his head like a cool embrace, and suddenly he was floating in space, surrounded by stars that looked more real than reality. A squadron of enemy ships emerged from quantum space, their hulls crackling with weapons that could shred reality itself. Max's hands found the controls, familiar yet enhanced, responding to his thoughts as much as his touch. The maneuvers that had worked in Star Defender translated perfectly to three-dimensional space. He wove through the enemy formation, exploiting patterns in their attack algorithms that felt like a language he'd always known how to read. The simulation ended with all enemy ships neutralized. Max emerged from the pod to find the chamber silent, every cadet staring at him. Even Kale looked shaken. "Impossible," Kale muttered. "Those were instructor-level combat routines. You shouldn't have..." He stalked away, leaving the sentence unfinished. Zira's scales had shifted to a bright gold. "I've never seen anyone fly like that," she said. "It's like you weren't just predicting their movements. You were reading the code itself. In Star Defender, I always felt like the game was teaching me something." Max watched Kale disappear through a doorway, like every level was building towards some bigger pattern. "It was," a new voice said. Max turned to find Dr. Vero emerging from shadows that hadn't been there a moment before. The recruitment sim wasn't just testing your combat skills, it was teaching you to perceive quantum space, to see the underlying patterns of reality itself. The xenotechnologist's silver skin rippled with complex equations. The rogue faction has developed quantum phase weapons that can unravel the fabric of space-time. We needed pilots who could sense their attack patterns before they manifest. Out of millions of candidates, you showed the highest neural synchronization we've ever recorded. "Is that why they're so interested in Earth?" Max asked. "Looking for pilots?" Dr. Vero's expression shifted like mercury. among other things. The rogue faction believes humanity's chaotic nature makes them perfect weapons. They've been abducting humans, experimenting with ways to weaponize their quantum perception. Those who survive the process. He shuddered, his form momentarily losing cohesion. A distant alarm blared. Commander Varick's voice echoed through hidden speakers. All cadets to battle stations. Rogue faction vessels detected in nearby space. This is not a drill. Max felt the Academy's massive engines rumble to life as the gas giant storms reflected the light of approaching ships. The real test was about to begin. Red emergency lights pulsed through the Academy's living walls as cadets scrambled to their stations. Max ran alongside Zero toward the simulator bay, but Dr. Vero's silver form materialized in their path. Not the simulators, he said, his skin rippling with urgent patterns. Real ships. Now. Max's stomach dropped as they sprinted to a massive hangar he hadn't seen before. Sleek fighters hung in anti-gravity cradles, their quantum drives humming with barely contained power. Each bore scars from previous battles, telling stories of survival in the void. Rogue faction signature confirmed, Commander Varick's voice echoed. They're using stolen Academy ships. Cadet Dravik, take Alpha Squadron and belay that. Kale's voice cut through the comm. He was already climbing into his fighter, his movements sharp with rage. They're using the same attack pattern as New Eden. This is personal. Before anyone could stop him, Kale's fighter screamed out of the hangar. 5 other cadets followed, their ships forming up in a standard combat array. Zira, get to your ship, Dr. Vero ordered. Max. His silver features twisted with concern. You've never flown a real quantum fighter. The neural load could... Could what? Max was already heading for the nearest ship. Kill me? Like they killed Kale's parents. Like they'll kill my sisters if we fail. He pulled himself into the cockpit, and the neural interface wrapped around his mind like a cold knife. Pain lanced through his skull as the fighter's quantum-enhanced senses became his own. Space itself seemed to whisper to him, showing him paths and patterns hidden in the void. Through the neural link, he felt Kale's squadron engage the enemy. The rogue faction ships moved like hunting predators, their quantum weapons, leaving tears in reality that made Max's upgraded senses scream. Kale, wait! Zira's fighter rocketed past Max's. It's a trap. They're herding us toward. Reality shattered. A massive rogue faction carrier phased into existence, its hull bristling with weapons that shouldn't exist. Kyle's squadron scattered, but 2 cadets weren't fast enough. Their ships vanished in bursts of quantum fire that left spreading cracks in space-time. Fall back, Commander Varick ordered. All cadets, emergency retreat. The carrier's weapons will tear the Academy apart. But Max saw something in the patterns, a flaw in the carrier's quantum field. The same kind of weakness he'd exploited in the Star Defender boss, hidden in plain sight. If he could get close enough. Kyle, he called through the neural link, I need your help. I don't need help from an Earthling who... Your parents, Max cut him off. Tell me about them. Not how they died, how they lived. A moment of startled silence. Then, they were researchers, quantum theorists. They believed there was a pattern to everything in the universe, even chaos, even death. Like this pattern? Max transmitted the weakness he'd spotted, sharing the intuition through their neural link. Your parents were right, Kale. Everything has a pattern, even revenge. Kale's fighter swung around, falling into formation with Max's. What's the plan? Remember Star Defender, level 47, the mirror maneuver? That's suicide in real space. The quantum backwash alone would... Kale stopped. Through the neural link, Max felt him smile. Would create one hell of a chain reaction. Zira, you in. Always. Her fighter took position on Max's other wing. Though I still think that game was rigged. Max gripped Rose's toy spaceship with one hand as he guided his fighter toward the carrier. The neural interface sang with possibilities, showing him exactly where they needed to hit. Now! The 3 fighters split apart, their quantum drives leaving precisely calculated wake patterns. The carrier's weapons tracked them, but the overlapping quantum fields created a resonance effect that turned its own technology against it. Reality itself seemed to fold and unfold around them. "Pull up!" Max screamed as the carrier's quantum core began to overload. "Get clear of the—" Space exploded. The blast threw Max's fighter into a wild spin. Warning lights flashed as the neural interface overloaded, sending lightning bolts of pain through his mind. His last thought before losing consciousness was of Rose and Zoe, and whether they'd be proud of their big brother. He woke in the Academy's medical bay, his head feeling like it had been torn apart and reassembled. Zira sat beside him, her scales a relieved shade of blue. Kyle stood by the window, watching the gas giant storms. "The carrier," Max croaked. "Destroyed," Kyle said without turning, "along with their whole attack force. The quantum backwash will make that sector of space unnavigable for months." He finally faced Max. "It was a good plan. Your sisters would be proud." Dr. Vero materialized from the shadows, his silver form dimmer than usual. "The neural overload nearly killed you. No human has ever handled that level of quantum synchronization before." He paused. "The rogue faction will be back, and now they know exactly what you can do." "Good." Max sat up despite the pain, clutching Rose's toy spaceship. "Because now I know what they can do too, and I can see the patterns in their chaos." Through the window, the gas giant storms swirled like battle plans waiting to be decoded. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. But Max wasn't just fighting for survival anymore. He was fighting for a future where his sisters could look up at the stars and see hope instead of darkness. And he was no longer fighting alone. The Academy's medical bay hummed with quiet activity in the days following the battle. Max spent hours watching the gas giant storms through the transparent walls, their patterns now as readable to him as his sister's bedtime stories had once been. The neural overload had left him with a persistent awareness of quantum space. Reality seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision, showing him glimpses of possible futures and parallel moments. "Your brain chemistry has been permanently altered," Dr. Vero explained, his silver form reflecting the storm's colours. "The level of quantum synchronization you achieved, it should have been impossible, yet here you are, rewriting our understanding of human potential." Max turned the toy spaceship over in his hands, its plastic surface now scored with marks from the battle. And the other cadets, the ones who didn't make it, being honoured in the memorial garden. Commander Varric entered, her uniform bearing new marks of rank. Their sacrifice saved countless lives. The rogue faction's carrier wasn't just planning to attack the Academy. We found evidence they were targeting Earth next. Your actions prevented that. The door slid open again as Kale walked in, moving stiffly from his own injuries. His usual arrogance had been replaced by something more complex, respect tinged with uncertainty. He carried a sleek metal case. "The Defense Council reviewed the battle recordings," he said, placing the case on Max's bed. "They've never seen anyone navigate quantum space like that. They're calling it the Carter Maneuver now." He opened the case, revealing a commander's insignia. "They're promoting you to squad leader, if you want it." "Youngest in Academy history," Zira added, her scales shifting through proud colours as she entered. "Though some of us think you're still just lucky." Max smiled, remembering their first meeting just days ago, before the battle, before he'd understood what he was truly capable of. Luck had nothing to do with it. Star Defender taught me to see patterns, but you and Kale taught me how to use them. We succeeded because we worked together. Speaking of working together, Commander Varric activated a holographic display. The quantum backwash from the carrier's destruction revealed something interesting. Hidden transmissions, encoded in the fabric of space-time itself. The rogue faction isn't just a splinter group. They have supporters within the defense force. The implications hung heavy in the air. Max thought of his sisters, safe in the Academy's family centre but still vulnerable to an enemy that could strike from within. "There's more," Dr. Vero said, his form rippling with concern. "The neural scanning technology they used in their human experiments? It bears remarkable similarities to the Star Defender interface. Someone with intimate knowledge of our recruitment program helped them develop it." A traitor, Cale's fists clenched. Someone who watched New Eden burn and did nothing. "We need to find them," Zira said, "before they help the rogue faction rebuild." Max stood despite the lingering pain, picking up the commander's insignia. Its weight felt right in his hand, like the arcade controls had that first day, a key to unlocking something larger than himself. "Then let's get to work," he said. "But first, I need to see my sisters." The family centre occupied one of the Academy's upper levels, its windows offering a view of all 3 moons. Max found Rose and Zoe in a classroom where other children, human and alien alike, learned to manipulate holographic building blocks with thought alone. "Max," they ran to him, their small arms wrapping around his legs. "We saw you in the sky. You were so bright." He knelt to hug them properly, noticing how they'd already changed in the short time since their arrival. Rose's drawings now featured impossible colours that shifted as you watched them. Zoe spoke with growing confidence, her shyness giving way to curiosity about her alien classmates. "Are you staying?" Zoe asked, hope in her voice. Max showed them his new insignia. "I have to protect people, remember? Like in our stories. But I'll always come back." Rose touched the scored surface of her toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. "Did it help? With ventures?" "More than you know, Munchkin," he smiled, remembering how that simple toy had anchored him during the chaos of battle. "It reminded me what I was fighting for." Later, standing with his newfound team, Max watched a supply ship depart for Earth. Somewhere down there, in a shuttered arcade, an ancient game cabinet still hummed with power, waiting for the next recruit who could see patterns in the chaos. "Ready for your first official briefing, Commander?" Zira asked, her scales matching the gas giant's swirling colours. Max nodded, feeling the weight of his new responsibilities settle alongside his hopes for the future. The rogue faction was still out there, planning their next move. The traitor within the defence force had yet to be uncovered, but he was no longer the overwhelmed teenager from that small town. He was a defender of something greater, a protector of not just his sisters, but of all the families who looked to the stars with hope instead of fear. And he had a feeling their greatest adventures were just beginning. 3 months after the carrier's destruction, Max stood before the Academy's memorial garden, watching quantum roses bloom and fade in impossible colours. Each flower represented a fallen cadet, their patterns echoing the unique neural signatures of those lost in battle. Through his enhanced perception, he could almost hear them whispering stories of sacrifice and courage. "The councils confirmed it," Cale said, approaching with a datapad that flickered with classified reports. "The traitor was Administrator Adams." The arcade owner? Max's mind raced back to those first days, seeing new patterns in old memories. He wasn't just maintaining the Star Defender cabinet. He was identifying potential recruits for the rogue faction, Zira finished, her scales dark with anger. "Testing them before we could. The cabinet you found wasn't the only one." The implications chilled Max. How many others had played that game, unknowingly auditioning for the wrong side? How many had disappeared, their quantum potential twisted into weapons? "We'll find them," he promised, touching the commander's insignia that now felt like a part of him. "Every lost recruit, every hidden cabinet, we'll bring them home." A soft chime echoed through the garden, shift change at the family centre. Right on schedule, Rose and Zoe burst through the doors, their small forms flickering with the static charge of their morning quantum mechanics class. At 5 years old, they were already showing signs of their own unique abilities. "Max," Rose ran to him, her drawings floating in her wake, artistic interpretations of quantum space that even Dr. Vero found fascinating. "Look what I made!" She held up her hands and reality rippled between them. A tiny galaxy spiraled into being, each star pulsing with possibility. Max remembered when such sights would have seemed impossible. Now they were just part of his sister's childhood. Beautiful Munchkin. He ruffled her hair as Zoe showed off her own creation, a miniature quantum computer built from spare parts and sheer imagination. Ready for your big day? Today marked their first authorized visit to Earth since everything began. The Council had finally deemed it safe enough for a brief return, though Max knew the rogue faction was still out there, regrouping in the shadows between realities. They gathered in the teleportation chamber, Max, his sisters, Kale, and Zira. Commander Varric supervised the coordinates herself, her uniform now bearing the marks of full admiral. "Remember," she said, "Earth's quantum awareness is growing. More people are beginning to see the patterns, even if they don't understand them yet. Be careful." "We always are," Max replied, thinking of how much had changed. He was no longer the overwhelmed teenager who'd stumbled into this world. His sisters were no longer the helpless children who needed his protection. They were all part of something larger now, a future where humanity was awakening to its true potential. Reality shifted, and they materialized in the old arcade. Dust still coated the machines, undisturbed since that fateful night. The Star Defender cabinet stood silent, its screen dark. Rose approached it slowly, trailing quantum sparkles. "This is where it started?" "One beginning," Max said, watching as Zoe examined the cabinet with eyes that could see through space and time. "There are others out there. More games, more recruits, more patterns waiting to be discovered." Through the grimy windows, he could see their small town transforming. Quantum technology was subtly reshaping the world, though most humans wouldn't notice for years to come. The rogue faction had failed to prevent Earth's integration into the larger universe, but the real challenges and opportunities were just beginning. Kale ran a scanner over the cabinet. "No active quantum signature, it's just a machine now." "It was never just a machine," Max corrected, touching Rose's old toy spaceship, still clipped to his uniform. "It was a key, a test, a message saying we're not alone in the universe, and we're more than we think we are." Zira's scales shifted thoughtfully. "The Council wants to mass-produce a new version, something to help identify potential recruits before the rogue faction finds them." "No," Max's voice was firm. "No more hidden tests. It's time for humanity to know the truth, to make their own choices." Through his quantum-enhanced senses, he could see the patterns of possibility spreading from this moment, billions of humans beginning to awaken to their potential, for better or worse. The Defense Force would need to adapt, to become guides rather than guardians. "What do we do now?" Zoe asked, her small hand finding his. Max smiled, seeing endless patterns of possibility stretching before them. "Now, we help write the next chapter, together." Rose's galaxy still sparkled between her hands, each tiny star a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The universe was vast, full of wonders and dangers they had yet to imagine, but they would face it as they had faced everything else, as a family, bound not just by blood but by their shared journey into a reality larger than their dreams. The old arcade cabinet stood as a silent witness to their past, while quantum roses bloomed unseen in the memorial garden light years away. Somewhere between those points in space and time, Max Carter had stopped being just another small-town kid trying to survive, He had become something else, a bridge between worlds, a protector of possibilities, a keeper of patterns that might reshape the very fabric of existence. And his greatest adventure was just beginning. The Prospector's prompt. The air in California's High Sierra Nevada, July 2025, possessed a clarity that scraped the lungs clean. Alex Thompson breathed it in like a man reclaiming a birthright, each step on the Pacific Crest Trail crunching decomposed granite under his Salomon boots, a rhythm section to the symphony of wind through ancient pines and the distant scream of a hawk mapping thermals. He was 3 weeks out. The initial ache subsided into hardened muscle memory, the digital noise of his former life fading into the analog hum of the wilderness. His pack, a marvel of ultralight engineering, felt less like a burden and more like a carapace, containing the distilled essentials of survival in this vertical world. Tent, sleeping system, water filter, freeze-dried sustenance calculated to the calorie, and nested securely in a padded pouch, the Trinity, his iPhone 16 Pro, its ceramic shield gleaming dully, a foldable, high-efficiency photovoltaic panel, his umbilical to the energy grid of the sun, and the small, potent miracle of the private LLM application. He'd installed it partly as a tech nerd indulgence, partly as a just-in-case. Downloading the compact but powerful Llama 3.2, Gemma 2, and Quen 2.5 models had felt like loading encyclopedias onto a device designed for ephemeral tweets, a safety net of knowledge, offline, sovereign. He'd queried Llama about local flora identification, used Quen to calculate remaining water needs against elevation gain, even asked Gemma for optimal campsite selection based on predicted wind patterns. Minor conveniences on a well-trodden path. He was Alex Thompson, late 20s, competent, perhaps running from the low-static hum of existential dread that permeated his generation's hyper-connected world, seeking something tangible in the immense indifference of the mountains. That afternoon, the indifference curdled. The sky, a canvas of serene cerulean, began to bruise along the western horizon. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, not the puffy, aimless cumulus of summer, but dense, muscular thunderheads coalescing like a fist. The air grew heavy, charged, the light taking on a sickly yellow hue. Alex checked his phone, not for signal, useless here, but for the barometer app integrated with the iPhone sensors. The pressure was plummeting. His weather app, last updated at dawn via a fleeting satellite link, had predicted afternoon showers, not this meteorological apocalypse brewing. Dinner time approached, the planned campsite still miles away over a high, exposed ridge. Prudence screamed louder than the rising wind. He veered off the faint trail, seeking shelter on the leeward side of a granite buttress, a cluster of stunted, lightning-scarred pines offering meagre psychological comfort. The storm broke not with rain, but with violence. Wind hit like a physical blow, tearing at the pines, whipping needles into his face. Then the electrical display began, and it was unlike anything Alex had witnessed. Not distant flashes, but intimate, terrifying strokes of raw power, etching the landscape in blinding negative, the thunder instantaneous, a physical concussion that vibrated through the rock beneath him. Close. Too close. The ozone tang was thick, acrid. He felt the distinctive prickle crawling up his arms, the hairs lifting. He flattened himself against the granite, pulling his pack over his head, the synthetic fabric offering no real protection but fulfilling a primal urge to hide. A deafening crack exploded nearby, the light searing through his eyelids. He felt a bizarre, full-body thrum, a vibration deep in his bones, accompanied by a smell like burnt wiring and hot rock. Then, only the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of rain that finally began, thick and cold. He huddled, shivering, the storm raging for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to an uneasy, adrenaline-laced doze. He awoke stiff, cold, but alive. The rain had stopped. A weak, watery sunlight filtered through the bruised clouds. He sat up, scanning the surroundings. Wrong. Everything was subtly, fundamentally wrong. The familiar shape of the granite buttress seemed altered. The pines looked different, younger, or perhaps a different species altogether. More disturbingly, the faint indentation of the PCT, his lifeline through this wilderness, was simply gone, vanished. He scrambled up, heart hammering against his ribs. He pulled out his phone, powered on thankfully. He opened the mapping app, the little blue dot that was him pulsing mockingly in a sea of undifferentiated green topographic lines. No trail overlay, no satellite connection available. He tried the compass app. It spun erratically for a moment, then settled, but the orientation felt skewed relative to the sun's position. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He forced it down, reverting to training. Sun position, terrain features, general direction. He knew roughly which way the trail should have run. He started walking, pushing through unfamiliar undergrowth, the silence profound, lacking even the distant hum of aircraft that usually threaded the background noise of the 21st century. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. His water filter clogged more quickly than usual with unfamiliar sediment. The plants looked subtly alien, the insects louder, more aggressive. Doubt gnawed at him. Had the lightning strike addled his brain? Was he delirious? Then he heard it. The rhythmic thunk of metal on rock, the splash of water, rough voices carrying on the still air. Hope surged, quickly followed by confusion. He crested a small rise, peering through dense manzanita. Below, a muddy creek had been diverted into a series of rickety wooden sluice boxes. Men clad in rough-spun trousers, stained shirts, and wide-brimmed hats worked with shovels and pans. Their movements were economical, hard-bitten. A few mules stood tethered nearby, laden with supplies. It looked like a historical reenactment, crude and inefficient. But the sweat staining their backs, the grim set of their jaws, the sheer weariness etched into their faces. This was no performance. This was toil. This was survival. And there wasn't a scrap of Gore-Tex, a glint of modern alloy, or the whine of a single engine anywhere in sight. Alex felt the blood drain from his face. The mining operation, the clothes, the tools, they screamed a single impossible word: past. He ducked down, his breath catching in his throat. The lightning hadn't just thrown him off the trail, it had thrown him off the century. The immediate imperative was invisibility. Alex retreated from the rise, moving with the ingrained stealth of a hiker, avoiding spooking wildlife, though the stakes now felt infinitely higher. The men below weren't actors. They were prospectors, 49ers perhaps, figures lifted from sepia-toned photographs and plunged into harsh technicolor reality. His own appearance, the brightly coloured synthetic jacket, the complex architecture of his backpack, the sleek black rectangle of the phone currently tucked away, would mark him instantly as an anomaly, an impossibility. Dangerous, in a time and place where strangeness often met with suspicion, superstition, or violence. He spent the next few hours circling wide around the mining claim, following the creek downstream, relying on the assumption that water eventually led to some form of settlement. The terrain remained stubbornly unfamiliar, resisting correlation with the downloaded topographic data on his phone. The LLMs he knew held vast historical data sets, but accessing them now felt premature, risky. First, observation, information gathering, the old-fashioned way. Late afternoon brought the scent of wood smoke and the faint sounds of human activity growing louder. He approached cautiously, using tree cover, until he reached the edge of a clearing. Forest Hill. It wasn't a town in the 2025 sense. It was a raw, sprawling wound carved into the wilderness. Muddy tracks served as streets, lined with rough-hewn timber buildings, saloons with swinging doors, a general store with faded lettering, assay offices, blacksmiths hammering sparks into the twilight, and countless tents and lean-tos clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the smells of mud, sweat, cheap whiskey, frying bacon, and the ever-present tang of disturbed earth. Men, overwhelmingly men, moved with a purpose that was either feverish, the glint of gold lust in their eyes, or exhausted, the slump of unrewarded toil. Their clothes were practical, worn, heavy wool, canvas, leather boots caked in red mud, hard faces, wary eyes. Alex felt a profound sense of dislocation, more acute even than waking up lost. This wasn't just the wrong place, it was the wrong reality stream. He retreated deeper into the woods as full dark approached, finding a secluded spot to make a cold camp. No fire, unpacking felt like, performing an autopsy on his old life. The lightweight tent, the inflatable sleeping pad, the titanium spork, artifacts from a future they couldn't conceive of. He needed to blend in. Quickly, he sorted his gear. Much of it had to go. The brightly coloured pack and clothes were unusable. He buried them carefully, along with most of his modern food packets, keeping only the densest calorie bars for emergencies. What could he salvage? His multi-tool was potentially useful, its pliers, knife, and screwdrivers universal enough. His first aid kit, invaluable, but its sterile packaging and modern components needed careful concealment. His boots might pass, though they were clearly advanced. His water filter was a godsend, but had to be used secretly. The core assets remained. The iPhone 16 Pro, now showing 68% battery, the solar panel, and his wits, amplified by the silent silicon oracles residing within the private LLM app. The next morning he emerged from the woods clad in his most subdued base layers, drab merino wool, carrying only a small nondescript stuff sack containing the phone, charger, first aid essentials, multi-tool, and remaining bars. He needed local currency, local clothes, and a plausible reason for existing. He approached the edge of town again, watching, listening. He needed an inn. He saw a livery stable, men hauling hay and mucking out stalls. Basic labour, honest, a starting point. Before approaching, he ducked behind a large oak, pulled out the phone. The Gorilla Glass screen felt impossibly smooth, alien. He opened the private LLM app, shielding the screen's glow. He typed rapidly, fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. Generate plausible backstory. Lone traveller, arrived Forest Hill Caliphus approx 1852, seeking work. Need common slang, social etiquette basics, typical daily wages for unskilled labour, common dangers to avoid. He selected Llama 3.2, known for its nuanced historical context. The response flowed onto the screen almost instantly, a dense block of text. He scanned quickly. Arrived overland, maybe separated from party, seeking fortune like everyone else. Common greetings. Avoid direct eye contact with rougher types. Distrust of foreigners, especially non-whites. Wages pitiful. Maybe $1 a day plus keep for stable work. Dangers. Claim jumpers, cholera, drunken brawls, bad whiskey. He absorbed what he could, pocketed the phone, took a deep breath, and walked towards the livery. The stable master, a burly man with suspicious eyes and tobacco-stained teeth, looked him up and down. Alex, recalling the LLM's advice, kept his gaze slightly averted, respectful. "Looking for work, mister," he said. pitching his voice lower, trying to roughen the edges of his 21st century diction. "Hard worker, can muck stalls, handle horses." He gestured vaguely east. "Came overland. Lost my gear. Looking to earn enough for a new stake," the stablemaster spat. "Everyone's looking. Works. Hard, pays crap," he paused. "No horses?" "Some," Alex admitted truthfully. He'd ridden as a kid. "Fine. $1 a day, grub, bunk in the loft. Steal from me, I'll see you hang." And just like that, Alex Thompson, PCT hiker from 2025, became Alex Thompson, stable hand in 1852. The work was brutal, back-breaking, mucking stalls, hauling water, repairing tack with crude tools. The grub was often salt pork and hardtack. The bunk was straw-infested with things that bit. He learned through observation, the social hierarchy, the casual racism, the constant undercurrent of desperation and violence beneath the surface optimism of the gold rush. He kept his head down, spoke little, listened intently. His merino wool clothes drew a few odd glances for their fineness, but he mumbled something about inheriting them. The biggest challenge was power. The iPhone was his lifeline, his only advantage, but it was useless dead. Each sunny afternoon he'd find an excuse to slip away, checking fences, gathering kindling, find a secluded sun-drenched spot, unfold the solar panel and plug in the phone, anxiously watching the battery percentage creep upwards. It was a constant nerve-wracking exercise in secrecy. Discovery meant questions he couldn't answer. One evening, nursing aching muscles in the hayloft, he pulled out the phone again. The private LLM app glowed softly. He queried Gemma 2, known for its efficiency. Analyse common causes of inefficiency and illness in 1850s gold mining camps based on typical practices. Suggest one minor, easily implementable improvement using only locally available materials, knowledge, presentable as common sense. Gemma responded swiftly. Major issues. Poor sanitation. Water contamination leads to dysentery, cholera. Inefficient water use in sluicing. Loss of fine gold. Poorly maintained tools. Breakage, injury. Suggestion. Advocate for designated latrine pits downhill, downstream from water sources and living areas. Frame. As preventing bad air or miasma, concepts understood in the period. A few days later, watching miners haul water from the same creek others used for washing and waste disposal, Alex saw his chance. He struck up a conversation with a couple of the less rough-looking men during a break. "Noticed folks seem sickly now and again," he commented casually, echoing language he'd overheard. "Back where I came from," he lied, gesturing vaguely. "Found it helped to keep the necessaries well away from the drinking water. Stops the air getting foul, seems like." He didn't mention germs or bacteria. He used their framework, bad air. One man grunted, another spat, but a third, older man with weary eyes, nodded slowly. "Ain't wrong. Place stinks enough already." It was a tiny seed, planted with knowledge centuries ahead of its time, translated by silicon, delivered with calculated casualness. Whether it would take root remained to be seen, but it was the first deliberate manipulation of his new reality. The first prompt executed not just on the phone, but on the world itself. The seed of sanitation, subtly planted, bore slow fruit. Alex noticed a few miners grudgingly digging rough latrines further from the creek. Cholera didn't vanish overnight. The concept of boiling water was still alien, but perhaps a few lives were less miserable, a few bouts of dysentery averted. It was a minuscule victory, achieved through careful application of knowledge, mediated by the glowing screen he consulted in secret corners of the hayloft, shielding its light like a forbidden text. The stable work provided cover, sustenance, and invaluable ethnographic data, but it was a dead end. Alex Thompson wasn't destined to muck stalls for eternity. He possessed, Locked within the iPhone 16 Pro, the distilled knowledge of a future civilization. It was time to leverage it more assertively. His opportunity came through observation, amplified by AI analysis. He watched the endless cycle of digging, hauling, and washing gravel. He saw the frustration in the miners' faces as fine gold dust inevitably washed away with the tailings from their crude sluice boxes. He saw tools break, handles snap, metal fatigue costing precious time and effort. One evening, huddled in the loft, the phone plugged into the solar panel draped carefully over the edge of the hay door to catch the last rays of sun, he opened the private LLM app. This time, he directed his query to Quen 2.5, the model strong in technical specifics and planning. Analyze standard 1850s gold sluice box design, Rocker's long tom. Identify key points of fine gold loss. Propose 2 to 3 simple modifications using available materials, wood, canvas, basic metal, to improve fine gold recovery rate. Provide simple diagrams, instructions suitable for a semi-skilled carpenter. The response was detailed. Diagrams showing adjusted riffle angles, the addition of canvas linings in specific sections to trap microscopic flecks, suggestions for better water flow control using simple wooden gates. It wasn't revolutionary tech from 2025. It was optimizing 1850s tech using principles of fluid dynamics and particle physics translated into practical steps. Alex spent hours studying the output, using Llama to cross-reference historical tool availability and Gemma to simplify the language further, ensuring he could explain it without resorting to futuristic jargon. He needed capital, however small. He'd saved nearly every cent of his meagre wages. He approached Silas Croft, the weary older miner who'd seemed receptive to his sanitation suggestion. Silas had a small claim, barely productive, his hope fading visibly each day. Alex found him listlessly panning at the creek's edge. "Silas," Alex began carefully, "I've been watching the boxes. Seems like a lot of the real fine stuff might be washing through." Silas just grunted. "Everyone knows that, son. Angel dust. Can't catch it." "Maybe," Alex countered, "maybe we can catch more of it. I worked timber mills back east," another lie, woven into his fabricated past. "Learned a bit about water flow, how it settles things. Got an idea for adjusting the riffles, maybe adding some cloth lining. Nothing fancy. Might improve the take." He sketched the LLM-derived designs in the dirt with a stick, simplifying Quen's diagrams. "Tell you what, let me work with you. I'll help you modify your sluice. My time, my know-how. If it increases your take significantly over a week, you give me a small percentage. If not, you lose nothing but a bit of wood." Silas was sceptical but had little to lose. They spent 2 days modifying his sluice box based on Alex's sketches, Alex guiding the process, carefully explaining the why in simple mechanical terms, slowing the water just so, giving the little specks a place to catch. The other miners watched with amusement or scorn. But when Silas ran his first batch of gravel through the modified sluice, the cleanup revealed significantly more fine gold dust trapped in the new canvas liners and behind the adjusted riffles than he'd ever recovered before. Not nuggets, but a heavy yellow smear that represented real value. Silas stared, then grinned, a cracked leather smile that transformed his face. Word spread like wildfire through the camp. Alex wasn't just the quiet stable hand anymore. He was the fellow who knew things. Miners started approaching him, offering percentages for his advice, for help modifying their own equipment. He used Quen within the private LLM app to calculate fair percentages, Llama to understand negotiation tactics suitable for the rough-and-tumble environment. He quit the stables, focusing entirely on his burgeoning consultancy. He still needed his phone, more than ever. Charging it became a more complex operation, finding private moments during the day, sometimes paying a trusted contact, Silas became his first ally to stand guard while the panel soaked up photons. His next step involved addressing the tool problem. He observed the blacksmith, a capable man limited by the quality of his materials and traditional techniques. Alex, consulting Gemma for material science basics, and Lama for historical metallurgy context, formulated another plan. He couldn't introduce steel alloys, but he could suggest improvements in heat treatment and tempering, based on LLM analysis of 1850s capabilities. He approached the blacksmith, not with arrogance, but with collaborative curiosity. "Ever notice how the pickaxes chip right at the edge?" he might ask, then subtly introduce a concept derived from the LLM about differential tempering, keeping the core slightly softer while hardening the edge more effectively. He used the private LLM app to generate simple procedural steps the blacksmith could understand and test. The result? Tools that held their edge longer, resisted shattering. The blacksmith, initially wary, became another ally, his productivity and Alex's commission soaring. Alex was accumulating capital now, real gold dust and nuggets stored securely. He needed to move beyond consulting. He used the private LLM app again, tasking Quen with analysing the camp's supply chain bottlenecks and Lama with assessing local resource availability, timber, water rights, potential agricultural land. The synthesis pointed to a clear opportunity, a reliable, well-managed supply store and potentially leveraging his growing reputation, assay services. Miners were often cheated by unscrupulous buyers in Sacramento. Reliable local assaying, based on sound, LLM-provided chemical principles Alex could implement with basic equipment, would be invaluable. He partnered with Silas and the blacksmith, pooling capital and expertise. They secured a prime location, built a solid timber structure, designed with slightly better structural integrity thanks to Gemma's engineering prompts. Alex managed the logistics using Quen to calculate inventory needs and optimize supply runs to Sacramento, minimizing costs and maximizing profit. He established the assay office within the store, performing meticulous, though secretly AI-guided assessments of miners' finds, quickly gaining a reputation for honesty and accuracy. He became Thompson, a man of substance, his origins increasingly irrelevant next to his demonstrable competence. The iPhone, his silent partner, remained his most guarded secret. The glowing screen consulted late at night, its silicon heart pulsing with the knowledge that was steadily transforming not just his fortune, but the very fabric of Forest Hill itself. He was no longer just surviving, he was building. The assay office and supply store, Thompson and Croft Reliable Merchants, became the commercial anchor of Forest Hill, its reputation for fair dealing and quality goods, underpinned by Alex's uncanny knack for anticipating needs, thanks to Quen's predictive modelling based on camp, population, mining yields and seasonal changes, solidified his position. Wealth flowed, not just in gold dust, but in influence. He was no longer merely adapting, he was beginning to shape his environment with increasing deliberation. The LLMs within the private LLM app weren't just tools for personal gain anymore, they became instruments for systemic change. Alex looked beyond the immediate scramble for gold. He saw the environmental degradation, hillsides stripped bare, creeks choked with silt. He saw the social ills, rampant alcoholism, preventable diseases, the lack of structure beyond rough frontier justice. His 21st century sensibilities, amplified by the vast knowledge base accessible via Llama, recoiled. He couldn't introduce environmental regulations, the mindset didn't exist, but he could promote efficiency that coincidentally reduced waste. He began investing his growing capital, guided by LLM analysis. Querying Llama on sustainable 19th century practices and Gemma on relevant engineering principles, he identified key leverage points. Sanitation remained critical. He quietly funded the digging of deeper, better-sited communal latrines and rudimentary drainage ditches, framing it purely as civic improvement and disease prevention, miasma control. Clean water was next. Using LLM-derived geological insights, he identified a more reliable spring source higher up the slope, less likely to be contaminated. He financed the construction of a simple wooden aqueduct, again designed with slightly optimized flow dynamics suggested by Gemma, bringing cleaner water closer to the main settlement. He didn't preach germ theory. He offered convenience and demonstrably clearer water. Usage followed. Agriculture was another frontier. The miners relied almost entirely on expensive imported supplies. Alex used llama to research suitable crops for the climate and soil, and Gemma for principles of crop rotation and basic irrigation adapted for the Sierra foothills. He purchased tracts of less desirable mining land downstream, hired workers, offering better wages and conditions than most mining operations, and began experimenting. He introduced contour ploughing to reduce erosion, framed as keeping the good soil, simple check dams for water management, making the creek work smarter, and crop rotation, resting the soil to keep it strong. The initial yields were modest but proved the concept. Local food production was possible, reducing reliance on costly supply lines. His influence inevitably attracted opposition. Jedediah Stark, a brutish saloon owner and moneylender who thrived on the miners' desperation and controlled several key mining claims through intimidation, saw Alex as a threat. Alex's promotion of temperance, subtly suggesting watered-down whiskey in his own dealings, based on LLM health data about alcohol's impact on productivity, and his fair assaying practices cut into Stark's predatory ecosystem. Furthermore, Alex's growing network of allies, Silas the blacksmith, miners grateful for fair prices or effective tools, newcomers attracted by the marginally more civilized atmosphere Alex fostered, represented a shift in the camp's power dynamics. Stark began with rumours. Alex was too clever, unnatural, perhaps in league with shadowy forces, a projection of Stark's own methods. Accidents started happening near Alex's operations. A suspicious fire damaged a section of the aqueduct. Tools went missing from his agricultural project. Alex knew direct confrontation was foolish. He turned to the private LLM app, consulting Llama on historical power struggles and Quen on risk analysis and counter-strategies within the context of 1850s frontier justice, or lack thereof. The consensus: build alliances, solidify economic indispensability, avoid direct provocation, but be prepared for escalation. Alex strengthened his position. He formalized agreements using Quen to help, draft simple contracts that offered mutual benefit and security to his partners and employees. He established a rudimentary lending system through his store, offering fairer rates than Stark, further eroding the saloon owner's grip. He funded a basic schoolhouse, hiring a teacher and subtly guiding the curriculum via LLM pedagogical suggestions towards practical skills, literacy, arithmetic, basic geology, agriculture, creating a generation with slightly better prospects than mere shovel work. The tension culminated one night when Stark and several heavily armed thugs cornered Alex outside his store. It wasn't a robbery. It was an intimidation play, likely prelude to an accident. "Thompson," Stark growled, his breath thick with whiskey. "Getting too big for your britches. This camp don't need fancy ideas. It needs men who dig." Alex, outwardly calm but inwardly accessing Llama's negotiation tactics and threat assessment protocols, didn't back down, but neither did he. Escalate. "Stark," he replied evenly. "My business helps miners keep more of what they dig. Clean water keeps them digging longer. Learning helps their children do more than just dig. There's room enough for all of us, if we build smartly." Before Stark could retort, Silas Croft and the blacksmith emerged from the shadows, armed with shotguns, followed by a half-dozen grim-faced miners who owed Alex their loyalty or livelihood. Stark, facing a united front, hesitated. His power relied on isolating his victims. This was different. He spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Thompson." He and his men backed away into the night. It was a temporary victory, hard won through calculated social engineering and the quiet power of foresight. Alex knew Stark wouldn't give up, but the balance had shifted. He wasn't just a merchant anymore. He was a nascent civic leader. He redoubled his efforts, subtly introducing more whispers of the future. He guided the blacksmith towards experimenting with bellows designs based on LLM aerodynamic principles, improving forge efficiency. He discussed basic principles of steam power derived from Gemma's physics modules with a curious mechanic who tinkered with water pumps, framing it as harnessing the creek's power more effectively. He introduced the concept of standardized interchangeable parts for sluice boxes and tools, using Quen to generate simple specification sheets. Each innovation was small, incremental, grounded in the possible, yet cumulatively transformative. Forest Hill was still a rough gold camp, but under Alex's quiet guidance, filtered through the silicon brain in his pocket, it was becoming something more, an incubator for a subtly altered future. The architect was laying foundations only he could fully comprehend. Years bled into decades. Alex Thompson, the stranger who walked out of the woods, became a fixture, then a pillar, then a legend in Forest Hill, and his influence spread outwards across the burgeoning state of California. The gold rush fever eventually cooled, but the foundations Alex had laid, sustainable agriculture, rational infrastructure, fairer commerce, an emphasis on practical education, allowed the community to transition and thrive where many other boomtowns withered into ghost towns. He never held formal office, preferring to operate through influence, investment, and the quiet dissemination of carefully selected knowledge. His secret remained intact, though the burden of it settled deep into his bones. The iPhone 16 Pro, meticulously maintained, its battery health carefully managed through judicious charging cycles via increasingly sophisticated, though still fundamentally 19th century solar gathering setups he devised with trusted artisans, was now an aging artifact. The private LLM app still functioned flawlessly. The local models, Llama, Gemma, Quen, his silent, constant advisors. But the device itself was finite. Its casing was worn, the screen perhaps less responsive. The solar panels grew less efficient. He knew his unique advantage had lifespan. The loneliness of his position was profound. He formed friendships, mentored promising individuals, even experienced fleeting romances. But the core truth of his origin remained an unshareable chasm. How could he explain consulting a pocket-sized glass rectangle that held the accumulated knowledge of a world yet unborn? He watched his contemporaries age, grapple with the challenges of their time using only the tools of their time, while he possessed insights that felt like cheating, like wielding a divine artifact. There were moments of intense temptation to introduce antibiotics, electricity grids, internal combustion engines, leaps that could reshape the world overnight. But the LLMs themselves, particularly Llama when queried on the socio-historical impact of abrupt technological introductions, consistently cautioned restraint. Chaos, societal collapse, unforeseen consequences, the risks were astronomical. Frank Herbert's warnings about prescience and the traps of predetermined futures echoed in Llama's synthesized prose. Progress had to be organic, seeded, not imposed. He focused on building robust, resilient systems and empowering people. He invested heavily in education, establishing not just schools but libraries stocked with carefully curated books, sometimes subtly enhancing texts with footnotes or appendices derived from LLM knowledge. and technical institutes focused on improved trades, agriculture, and basic engineering. He promoted cooperative ventures, fairer banking practices, using Quen to model stable financial systems, and infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, irrigation networks, always designed with slightly superior engineering principles gleaned from Gemma, ensuring longevity and efficiency. He guided research into improved metallurgy and material science, leading local industry away from brute force towards more refined techniques. He never published scientific papers. He simply asked the right questions, funded the right experiments, and connected the right people. Jedediah Stark remained a thorn, representing the old ways of exploitation, but his influence waned as Alex's network of educated, prosperous, and loyal citizens grew. Their final conflict wasn't one of violence, but of economics and politics, ending with Stark's financial ruin and retreat into obscurity, a victory for systemic change over brute force. As Alex entered his later years, a respected, almost mythic figure known for his wisdom and foresight, he began the final phase, securing the legacy. He identified individuals not just of intelligence, but of ethical character, mentoring them, instilling the principles of rational inquiry, long-term planning, and social responsibility that he, guided by his secret oracle, championed. He commissioned intricate mechanical calculation engines based on Babbage-esque principles optimized by Quen, capable of handling complex logistics and planning for the growing state. He endowed research foundations with carefully worded charters, nudging inquiry towards areas the LLMs identified as critical paths for sustainable development: materials, science, energy efficiency within the context of steam and water power, public health, information management. He meticulously documented key knowledge, not in plain text, but often encoded within architectural plans, agricultural almanacs, or complex mechanical designs, using methods suggested by Lama for long-term information preservation in a pre-digital age. Perhaps only another intelligence centuries later could fully decipher the embedded layers of advanced understanding. The phone, its battery finally failing beyond the ability of the aging solar panels to reliably revive, was given a ritualistic farewell. Alex, alone in the Sierra foothills near where he'd first arrived, powered it down one last time. The screen went dark, taking with it the direct link to his impossible past. He buried it deep, encased in pitch and lead, a time capsule containing the seed of another timeline. He felt not loss, but completion. The crutch was gone. The structures it had helped build now had to stand on their own. Epilogue. Glimpse. Jump forward. 1950s. California is recognizable, yet different. Cities are cleaner, planned with more foresight regarding resources and environment. Technology has advanced, perhaps reaching early 20th century levels slightly faster, but with curious divergences, a greater emphasis on durable goods, efficient public transit, sustainable agriculture integrated into urban landscapes. Global conflicts seem less frequent, diplomacy more rooted in rational resource management, echoes of systems Alex subtly promoted. Historians puzzle over the California acceleration, attributing it to a unique blend of gold rush dynamism and the unusually forward-thinking civic planning and educational foundations laid by figures like the semi-legendary Alex Thompson, the Prospector of Progress, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, but whose legacy was written across the face of a world subtly, yet profoundly, altered for the better. The altered tapestry held. The prompt had been executed. The Anglo-Saxon legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players: politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognised General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognised him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a run-down bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous expose that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish." A long pause. "Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone." Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research. Projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology. Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open. Nathan offered a wry smile. Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlyle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical. Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between two men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find. Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. We'll need to start at the beginning, Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies. Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. So they've been shaping our world for centuries? Rafe nodded, feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire. Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting? Tyler took a breath. From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance. Rafe's gaze hardened. And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative. Likely, Tyler said. They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance, Nathan exhaled. They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it. The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments, hard to reach, no prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. "They're professionals," Rafe whispered. "Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick." Tyler's pulse hammered. "We can't outrun them if they have vehicles." Nathan's expression hardened. "We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next." Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. "Don't get yourself killed." Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. "Keep low," Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All three were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the Reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realise the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseers Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder." Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet." Helena nodded gravely. "And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die." A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. "What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control." Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. "We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house." "That doesn't surprise me," Helena said. "Carlisle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long." She gestured to the equipment. "I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical." Tyler nodded. "Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device." Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlisle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan." Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible." The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. "This is a direct intercept from one of Carlisle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no." Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. "One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities." Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. "They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler." Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. "If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends." An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. "We stop it at the source," Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. "If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses." Helena gathered her disruptor components. "Let's do it." but we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility. Rafe turned to Ashley. We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar. I can handle that, Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works. They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me. Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No, it's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes," she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now," Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlisle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time." They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its taillights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. Two armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. "This will give us a short window." She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. "We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary." They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. "They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this." Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. "They know we're here," Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. "Too many guards," Ashley panted. "We need a diversion." Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. "If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running." "That might be our only shot," Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful. You don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed. A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence, ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. We have no choice. Do it. She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release, up there!" She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow, and then the overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The Overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it. But the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale. Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission. Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer. No time, Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes. Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. I'll do it. Rafe shook his head fiercely. No, we came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way. But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. I started this, Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risked your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good. Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage. Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. He's done. There's no saving him. They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. Tyler, Rafe said softly. Thank you. Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this. As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval, an ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralised or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the Overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the Overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure.